There are moments in history when two worlds collide so completely that the impact echoes across centuries. The long war between the Teutonic Order and Lithuania was one of those moments. It was not simply a military struggle or a dispute over borders. It was a clash of identities, a conflict shaped by faith, fear, ambition, and the stubborn determination of two very different societies. It lasted longer than the lifetimes of the men who fought it. It endured through shifting alliances, new rulers, winter after winter of bloodshed, and generations of children raised in the shadow of a frontier that never knew peace. Imagine a land where dense forests stretched so far that daylight felt like something earned rather than something given. Imagine lakes and marshlands that swallowed entire armies without warning, and winters cold enough to freeze the rivers so solid that they became highways for war. This was Lithuania, the last pagan kingdom of Europe, a realm that held onto its ancient gods at a time when nearly the entire continent had converted to Christianity. Its people were shaped by the land they lived in. They built strength from its forests, resilience from its seasons, and identity from traditions that had survived untouched for hundreds of years. To the west stood the Teutonic Order, a military brotherhood forged during the Crusades in the Holy Land. They saw themselves as soldiers of Christ, men who combined monastic discipline with hardened martial skill. Their world was one of iron discipline, fortified castles, strict hierarchy, and unwavering religious conviction. They believed that their mission was holy, that their cause was righteous, and that their wars were acts of service to God. When they looked east toward Lithuania, they did not see a sovereign people with their own history and their own rights. They saw a battlefield for salvation. They saw a frontier that needed to be conquered, purified, and remade in the image of Christian Europe. The war that unfolded between these two powers was unlike any other conflict of the medieval age. It was not a single war, but a series of wars, raids, counter-raids, sieges, ambushes, political maneuvers, betrayals, conversions, and resurgences. It stretched across 129 years, from the late 13th century into the mid-15th century. By the time it ended, neither side resembled what it had been at the beginning. The conflict reshaped the Baltic region, altered the balance of power in Eastern Europe, and forced both the Teutonic Order and Lithuania to confront their deepest contradictions. The tension at the heart of the conflict was not simple. It was not merely Christian knights marching against pagan warriors. It was a battle over meaning and legitimacy. The Order believed they had divine authority for conquest, that converting Lithuania was a sacred duty. Yet their motives were also economic and territorial. They wanted control of trade routes. They wanted access to the Baltic coast. They wanted political dominance. Their crusading identity allowed them to veil ambition in the language of salvation. Lithuania, meanwhile, had no intention of surrendering its autonomy. For centuries, it had grown stronger by absorbing neighboring tribes and forging alliances that stretched all the way to the steppe. Paganism was not a sign of backwardness or isolation. It was a deliberate choice, a cultural foundation, a refusal to bow to outside pressure. The Lithuanian dukes understood that converting too early or too quickly could fracture their realm. They used their pagan identity with diplomatic precision. Sometimes they promised conversion to gain international legitimacy. Sometimes they withdrew the promise to maintain independence. They walked a line between survival and adaptation, always aware that their very existence was a challenge to the crusading ideology of the Order. The geography of the region ensured that the war would be long and brutal. The Order relied on heavy cavalry, fortified strongholds, and organized annual campaigns that attracted knights from across Europe. These knights came seeking honor, indulgences, and the thrill of warfare on a frontier where they believed Christian civilization met barbarism. They were not prepared for the dense forests, the treacherous wetlands, or the Lithuanian way of fighting. Lithuanian warriors favored speed and mobility. They launched raids that struck suddenly and vanished before the order could retaliate. They understood the land in a way their enemies never fully could. They used nature as a weapon and patience as a strategy. The order responded by building more fortresses, tightening their grip on conquered lands, and intensifying the ideological framing of the conflict. Chroniclers described Lithuania as a land in need of Christian light, a place where violence was necessary for spiritual salvation. But even as they wrote these narratives, the order faced its own doubts. Some European observers questioned whether the Baltic Crusades were truly holy, or whether they masked secular ambition. The order dismissed these criticisms, but they lingered in the background, creating cracks in the foundation of the crusading cause. As the decades passed, the war became something larger than its original justifications. It became a struggle of endurance. Lithuanian villages were burned, families displaced, and generations raised to expect war as a constant fact of life. Teutonic knights died far from home, leaving behind empty seats in cloisters and unfulfilled vows. Borderlands changed hands so often that some families could not remember which side they belonged to. The conflict wove itself into the consciousness of both peoples. There were brief moments when peace seemed possible. Treaties were drafted, prisoners exchanged, and promises made, yet the peace never held. Each side believed the other was using diplomacy as a weapon. Each side feared that lowering its guard would invite disaster. The war resumed again and again, like a wound that refused to heal. The greatest irony was that the longer the conflict continued, the more the two enemies came to resemble each other. The Teutonic Order adopted administrative methods learned from Baltic populations. Lithuanian rulers incorporated Christian political language to strengthen diplomatic ties. Both sides used alliances, marriages, and political maneuvering as frequently as they used swords. Both sides learned that faith could be a tool as well as a conviction. As the 14th century progressed, the stakes became even higher. Lithuania grew in strength and expanded deep into Eastern Slavic lands. The order responded by intensifying its campaigns and seeking greater support from Western Europe. Entire generations of knights and Lithuanian nobles were shaped by the war, raised in its atmosphere, guided by its demands. The conflict ceased to be a regional struggle and became a defining part of the political landscape of Northern Europe. What made the war so enduring was that neither side could fully defeat the other. The order was too disciplined, too well-funded, and too deeply entrenched to be swept aside. Lithuania was too vast, too resilient, and too fiercely independent to be conquered. Each victory created new tensions. Each defeat created new resolve. The war became a cycle, a rhythm that shaped the identity of both societies. And yet, beneath the grand strategies and epic battles lay the quiet tragedies of ordinary people. Farmers who lost fields to raiding parties. Mothers who waited for sons who never returned. Craftsmen who rebuilt burned villages only to watch them fall again. Children who grew up knowing nothing but conflict. These human stories formed the true cost of a war that lasted more than a century. When the conflict finally reached its climactic turning points, the world itself had changed. New powers were rising, old ideologies were weakening. The war that began as a struggle over faith would end as a struggle over political survival. This is the story of that long war, a story of belief, betrayal, endurance, transformation, and the slow reshaping of a region caught between two visions of the world. It is a journey through landscapes where faith became a weapon, where identity became a fortress, and where entire generations lived under the shadow of a conflict older than themselves. The story now begins to unfold. To understand the war that lasted 129 years between the Teutonic Order and Lithuania, one must begin with the origins of the forces that shaped the conflict. On one side stood the Teutonic Order, a powerful brotherhood born in the heat of the Crusades. On the other stood Lithuania, a rising Baltic power that held fiercely to its pagan traditions at a time when nearly all of Europe had embraced Christianity. Their confrontation was not simply a matter of territory. It was a struggle between two worldviews, each convinced of its own legitimacy, each unwilling to surrender to the other. The long war emerged from a collision of missions, beliefs, ambitions, and identities, and its story spans generations of rulers, centuries of evolving politics, and a shifting European landscape. The Teutonic Order began as a small charitable group founded by German pilgrims in the Holy Land during the late 12th century. What started as a hospital for the sick and wounded quickly transformed into a military monastic order inspired by older organizations like the Templars and the Hospitallers. Its members took vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, yet they also carried swords and pledged their lives to the service of Christendom. The order's leaders envisioned themselves as both monks and knights, men chosen to defend the faith through discipline and warfare. They combined spiritual devotion with an uncompromising martial identity, creating an institution that placed military efficiency at the core of its mission. When circumstances forced the order to abandon much of its presence in the Holy Land, its leadership turned its attention to the frontiers of Europe. These frontiers were places where Christian and non-Christian peoples met, where religious difference and political fragmentation created opportunities for ambitious powers. In the Baltic region, pagan communities still held their ground, and the papacy increasingly encouraged campaigns to convert them by force. For the Teutonic Order, the Baltic offered not only a new mission, but also the chance to carve out a territorial state of its own, a place where it could rule both spiritually and politically. Lithuania presented itself as one of the most significant of these frontiers. At the time, Lithuania was not a fully unified state, but a collection of Baltic tribes that shared similar languages, beliefs, and social structures. Their religion honored natural forces, ancestral spirits, and sacred groves. Their rituals reflected a deep connection to nature and a tradition of communal identity. While many European kingdoms had long ago embraced Christianity, the Lithuanians remained outside that cultural sphere. This difference was not simply theological. It shaped their politics, their diplomacy, and their place in the wider world. During the late 13th century, Lithuanian leaders began to consolidate power, gradually forming what would become the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. This process required careful negotiation among tribal nobles and strategic expansion into lands to the east and south. Lithuanian rulers developed a flexible sense of authority. They relied on personal loyalty, shared traditions, and the ability to mobilize warriors quickly across vast and often challenging landscapes. Their society prized resilience, adaptation, and pragmatic decision-making. In the emerging Lithuanian state, pagan identity was both a cultural foundation and a political tool. It distinguished them from neighboring Christian powers and allowed them to navigate alliances with a certain independence. The collision between the Teutonic Order and Lithuania was therefore inevitable. Each saw the other as a challenge to its rightful place in the region. For the Order, the existence of a large pagan state so close to its territories in Prussia represented a permanent threat to its mission and its ideology. The Order depended on crusading privileges granted by the papacy, and these privileges required the presence of non-Christian enemies. Lithuania fulfilled that role perfectly. The Order presented its campaigns as efforts to convert and civilize, yet these campaigns also aimed to seize land, control trade routes, and expand the Order's political dominance. For Lithuania, the Order's presence threatened its survival. The Teutonic state in Prussia was heavily fortified, well organized, and supported by Christian monarchs across Europe. Every year, guest knights traveled east to take part in campaigns that combined adventure, piety, and the prestige of fighting on a crusade. Lithuanian leaders understood that the order's religious justification was intertwined with territorial ambition. Accepting Christianization under the order's authority could have meant the end of Lithuanian sovereignty. Resist too strongly, and Lithuania risked being overwhelmed by a relentless crusading machine. The delicate balance between diplomacy and defiance became a defining characteristic of Lithuanian strategy. This tension turned the Baltic frontier into a zone of perpetual conflict. The frontier was not a simple border. It was a landscape of fortified castles built by the order, wooden fortresses defended by Lithuanian warriors, burned villages, contested river crossings and forests that sheltered raiding parties. It was a place where violence and faith mingled, where crusading rhetoric clashed with the desire for independence, where the Teutonic Order portrayed its actions as sacred, while Lithuania insisted on its right to endure. This frontier shaped the minds and habits of the people who lived near it. It was a harsh teacher, reminding every generation that peace could vanish with the first sign of armored riders on the horizon. The ideological framing of the conflict deepened its intensity. The Teutonic Order claimed spiritual authority for its actions, insisting that it fought to bring Christian truth to the last pagans of Europe. Lithuania replied by defending its traditions, its land, and its political freedom. To the Order, refusing conversion meant resisting God. To Lithuania, accepting the Order's mission meant subordination. These opposing beliefs created a conflict in which compromise was rare and trust was nearly impossible. The Order accused Lithuania of barbarism. Lithuania accused the Order of aggression disguised as piety. The war became a contest not only of weapons, but of narratives. As time passed, the conflict expanded far beyond its initial spark. It spanned generations of rulers on both sides. Each new Lithuanian Grand Duke inherited not only a throne, but a war. Each new Grand Master of the Order inherited both the privileges and the burdens of the Baltic Crusade. The political map of Europe shifted, but the conflict endured. Alliances rose and fell. Kingdoms changed their priorities. Yet the war continued, sustained by inertia, ambition, and identity. The story of this long conflict contains many turning points that shaped the fate of Northern Europe. Early raids tested the strength of both sides and introduced patterns of warfare that persisted for decades. Lithuanian consolidation under leaders like Gediminas, Algirdas, and Kęstutis transformed the Grand Duchy from a vulnerable collection of tribes into a major regional power. The eventual union between Lithuania and Poland through the Christianization of Jogaila altered the balance of politics in the region and removed the Order's primary justification for crusade. The rivalry between Vytautas and Jogaila created shifting alliances that the Order sought to exploit. The disastrous Battle of the Vorskla River weakened Lithuania at a crucial moment, convincing the Order that victory was near. Yet the Great War at the turn of the 15th century and the monumental Battle of Grunwald shattered the core of the Order's military strength and changed the nature of the conflict forever. In the aftermath, the Order entered a long decline, marked by internal decay, financial strain, and the gradual loss of political autonomy. All of these moments will unfold in the chapters ahead. They reveal a conflict shaped not only by great battles and powerful leaders, but also by the lived experiences of ordinary people. They show how ideology can both motivate and mislead, how ambition can disguise itself as righteousness, and how the determination of a single nation can challenge even the most disciplined military order in Europe. The war between the Teutonic Order and Lithuania was more than a regional struggle. It was a confrontation between two visions of the world. It forced both sides to redefine themselves. It reshaped the political landscape of the Baltic and influenced the future of Eastern and Central Europe. To understand the medieval age, one must understand this war, for it reveals the forces that created states, shaped borders, and forged identities that endured long after the final treaties were signed. The story now moves to its earliest beginning, to the roots of hostility on the Baltic frontier, to the world that existed before the conflict hardened into a century of war. Before the long war between the Teutonic Order and Lithuania took shape, the Baltic region existed as a world defined by its own rhythms, beliefs, and social structures. It was a land of forests, rivers, and ancient traditions, inhabited by communities whose identities were shaped by the land itself. These early Baltic tribes practiced a religion deeply rooted in nature. Their gods lived in sacred groves, in the spirits of ancestors, in fire, water, sun, and earth. Their rituals were communal and seasonal. Their worldview was tied to cycles of planting, hunting, war, and kinship. There was no single priestly hierarchy, no central temple, and no sacred book. Instead, religious life was woven into daily existence, passed down through memory and custom. Among these tribes, the people who would one day form the Grand Duchy of Lithuania held a particularly strong sense of independence. They were not isolated, for they traded with neighboring Slavic, Finnic, and Baltic communities. Yet they maintained a cultural distinctiveness built upon the authority of local chiefs, respected elders, and warrior leaders who commanded loyalty through reputation rather than institutions. Their society valued courage and adaptability. Their political structures allowed for cooperation in times of danger and autonomy in times of peace. This flexibility helped them survive at a time when external pressures began to increase. The first significant encounters between the Baltic peoples and German crusading forces occurred during the early stages of the Northern Crusades. These conflicts were encouraged by political and religious leaders in Western Europe who believed that Christianizing the Baltic region was a spiritual mission worthy of divine reward. German merchants, missionaries, and knights began moving into areas populated by the Prussians, Livonians, and other Baltic groups. These early encounters were not merely religious in aim. They also involved struggles over trade routes, land ownership, and control of ports along the Baltic Sea. As missionaries and crusaders attempted to convert or conquer these communities, resistance mounted. Prussian tribes fought fiercely to defend their land and their traditions. Livonian campaigns led to shifting alliances and intermittent warfare. It was in this environment of instability that the first serious contacts between German crusaders and Lithuanians occurred. These were not yet the full confrontations that would later define the region, but they revealed fundamental differences in mindset. German crusaders approached the Baltic frontier with a sense of religious purpose and military discipline. The Lithuanians approached it with a deep understanding of the terrain and a determination to protect their way of life. By the early 13th century, these encounters gained a new and more intense character. The papacy began framing the Baltic region as a legitimate field for crusade, equal in spiritual merit to campaigns fought in the Holy Land. Papal letters described the pagan communities of the Baltic as people who needed salvation. Clergy across Europe preached sermons that encouraged knights to take up arms in what they called a holy campaign. This religious framing transformed the Baltic frontier into a battleground where political ambition merged with spiritual justification. The papal endorsement of crusading in the Baltic granted German military orders a powerful ideological tool. They could present their campaigns as efforts to save souls while simultaneously expanding their territorial control. This was a new form of warfare that blended religious doctrine with state building. It gave crusaders legal and spiritual privilege. It allowed them to seize land, establish fortresses, and claim authority over conquered peoples. The Baltic became a place where the ideals of Christendom were used to validate political expansion. For Lithuania, this development created a serious and immediate threat. Unlike some neighboring Baltic tribes that were already engaged with crusaders, Lithuania remained largely beyond the early reach of Western powers. It had geographic advantages, including dense forests that discouraged large armies, and it had emerging leaders who understood the value of unity. But as the crusading tide pushed deeper into the region, Lithuanian rulers recognized that their pagan identity placed them directly in the path of a powerful and determined enemy. Lithuania resisted Christianization for reasons both practical and cultural. Accepting Christianity would have meant accepting the authority of foreign clergy. It would have meant aligning with powers that did not prioritize Lithuanian interests. Conversion under the guidance of the Teutonic Order or its allies could have placed Lithuania under political dependency. Lithuanian rulers also understood that pagan traditions played a crucial role in maintaining social cohesion. These traditions connected communities that were otherwise separated by distance and local loyalties. They created a shared identity that made it possible for Lithuania to consolidate into a growing state. Lithuania was also aware that other pagan tribes subjected to crusading powers rarely retained independence. Prussian lands had been overrun. Livonian territories were gradually absorbed. The Crusaders built castles that served as permanent footholds, from which they launched campaigns deeper into the interior. These strongholds signaled more than military presence. They represented a lasting claim to authority. Lithuanian leaders did not wish to see their lands follow the same fate. Their resistance was therefore not only a matter of faith, but also a defense of sovereignty. The arrival of the Teutonic Order intensified these pressures dramatically. After their campaigns in Hungary and the Holy Land faltered, the Order sought a region where it could build a territorial state. The Baltic offered exactly that opportunity. The Order was invited to Prussia by Polish rulers who hoped to use the knights as allies against rebellious Prussian tribes. Yet once the Order arrived, it pursued its own interests. It began constructing a chain of fortified castles, each one a mark of authority and a base for further expansion. These strongholds were not temporary outposts. They were administrative centers where the Order's leadership governed conquered lands with efficiency and rigidity. The Order's structure made it uniquely suited for long campaigns. It operated through a combination of military discipline, religious devotion, and hierarchical organization. Its knights took vows similar to monks. They lived under strict rules. They trained constantly. They were supported by a network of sergeants, priests, servants, and lay brothers who maintained supply lines and ensured that the Order's armies could operate year after year. This stability allowed the Order to wage campaigns with consistency and persistence that few other medieval forces could match. As the Teutonic Order expanded its control over Prussia, its ambitions grew. Leaders within the Order saw Lithuania as the next major obstacle to their state-building project. They believed that conquering Lithuania would complete their mission in the Baltic and provide a continuous stretch of territory from the Vistula River to the Gulf of Finland. They also believed that subduing the last major pagan power in Europe would earn them immense prestige within Christendom. The war against Lithuania became both a spiritual goal and a political necessity. Lithuania responded by strengthening its internal unity. Tribes that had once been loosely connected began to coordinate more closely. The need for defense encouraged the rise of leaders who could unite diverse regions. Lithuanian rulers learned to anticipate the Order's strategies, to exploit their rigid formations, and to use the natural environment to their advantage. They adopted flexible methods of warfare that relied on speed and unpredictability. They built alliances with neighboring powers and resisted the psychological pressure that came from crusading rhetoric. The roots of hostility between the Teutonic Order and Lithuania were therefore complex and multi-layered. They grew from cultural difference, religious conflict, territorial ambition, political necessity, and deep historical forces that neither side could escape. The order saw itself as an instrument of divine will. Lithuania saw itself as a nation defending its ancestral identity. Neither side could easily accept the legitimacy of the other. From these early tensions grew the foundations of a conflict that would span more than a century, shaping the destinies of both powers. The stage was now set for the long war to begin. The frontier hardened. The ambitions of the order sharpened. The determination of Lithuania deepened. Hostility turned from possibility to inevitability. What followed would transform the Baltic region and redefine the meaning of power in medieval Europe. The rise of the Teutonic Order in Prussia was one of the most decisive developments in the eastern regions of medieval Europe. It transformed a fragmented frontier into a powerful military state and laid the foundation for the long confrontation with Lithuania. Before this transformation began, Prussia was home to numerous Baltic tribes whose identities were tied to their forests, rivers, and ancestral traditions. These communities resisted foreign domination for generations, but they eventually faced an adversary unlike any they had encountered before. The arrival of the Teutonic Order introduced an entirely new kind of warfare, administration, and ideological pressure. It created a new political reality that would shape the Baltic for centuries. The conquest of the Prussian tribes did not happen quickly. It was a prolonged struggle marked by fierce resistance and significant loss. When the Teutonic Order first entered Prussia in the early 13th century, its leaders believed that their mission carried divine approval. They framed their campaigns as a holy effort to convert and pacify the region. Yet the reality on the ground was far more complex. The Prussian tribes were deeply rooted in their local landscapes. They understood every river crossing, every forest path, and every marsh that could swallow an army. Their strategies reflected generations of experience. They relied on guerrilla tactics, sudden ambushes, and intimate knowledge of their terrain. They did not fight for expansion or ideology. They fought to protect their homes. The Order, however, brought with it a method of warfare that was far more organized and disciplined. Its knights trained rigorously. Its leaders planned campaigns with precision. Its armies combined heavy cavalry, crossbowmen, and infantry in coordinated formations. The Order also possessed advanced siege equipment and the ability to build fortifications with remarkable speed. Its discipline gave it advantages that Prussian warriors could not easily counter. The Order used these strengths relentlessly. Year after year, it launched campaigns designed to break tribal resistance, destroy strongholds, and push deeper into the interior of Prussia. The process was brutal. Villages were burned, sacred sites were desecrated, survivors were relocated or forced into submission. But even in defeat, Prussians did not surrender easily. They staged uprisings that sometimes threatened to undo the Order's progress. The most significant of these revolts lasted years and nearly forced the knights to abandon the region. Yet the Order possessed the resources and determination to recover. With support from nobles and clergy across Europe, it rebuilt its strength and resumed its campaigns. This relentless pressure eventually wore down Prussian resistance and allowed the Order to solidify its control. With conquest came the construction of a new kind of state. The Order established a network of castles across Prussia, each one serving as a symbol of authority and a base for further operations. These castles were not simple fortifications. They were administrative centers, where commanders governed surrounding territories, collected taxes, organized labor, and prepared for new campaigns. They also housed garrisons of knights and soldiers who maintained constant readiness for war. The presence of these castles changed the political landscape. They created points of permanent control that anchored the Order's expanding territory. The administrative system that developed around these castles reflected the Order's monastic structure. Its rulers were not kings, yet they exercised authority with the precision of a centralized government. Each castle was managed by a commander who answered to higher officials, culminating in the Grand Master. Beneath them were layers of officers, clerks, priests, and workers who kept the system functioning. The Order recorded its decisions carefully. It monitored land distribution, managed agricultural production, and organized trade. The Baltic ports under its control became significant hubs for commerce, linking the region to markets in the Holy Roman Empire and beyond. This administrative stability gave the Teutonic Order the ability to project military power consistently. It could launch campaigns in any season. It could replenish its forces through a steady flow of volunteers from across Europe. It could maintain supply lines across difficult terrain. Unlike many medieval states that struggled with internal divisions, the Order enforced unity through discipline and hierarchy. Its authority was not debated. Its mission was not questioned. This cohesion made it one of the most formidable military forces in Northern Europe. With Prussia under firm control, the Order looked eastward. The next target was clear. Lithuania remained unconquered, unconverted, and independent. The Order viewed the Lithuanians with a mixture of ideological zeal and strategic concern. Lithuania's pagan traditions continued to challenge the crusading identity of the Order. Lithuania's growing influence threatened the political landscape the Order sought to dominate. As long as Lithuania remained outside the Christian fold, the Order could justify continued warfare. And as long as that justification remained strong, the Order could attract knights, donations, and support from across Christian Europe. The pressure on Lithuania increased as the Order consolidated its power in Prussia. The castles the Order built along its eastern frontier allowed it to launch regular campaigns into Lithuanian territory. These campaigns were not merely symbolic. They aimed to weaken Lithuania's defenses, disrupt its communities, and assert dominance. The Order believed that repeated attacks would eventually force Lithuania to submit or convert. Lithuanian villages along the frontier became accustomed to sudden raids. Generations grew up knowing that the threat of invasion was constant. Yet Lithuania did not respond passively. The Lithuanians developed counter-strategies that relied on mobility, surprise, and an intimate knowledge of their forests and marshlands. They avoided direct confrontation with large crusading forces unless circumstances favored them. Instead, Lithuanian warriors launched raids that struck quickly and retreated before the Order could retaliate effectively. These counter-raids targeted castles, supply lines, and vulnerable settlements. They created uncertainty along the frontier and forced the Order to divide its forces. Lithuanian leaders understood that they could not match the Order in siege warfare or heavy cavalry engagement, but they could undermine the Order's stability through continuous pressure. This dynamic created early patterns of warfare that would define the century that followed. The Order relied on organized campaigns planned months in advance. These campaigns were often supported by guest knights drawn from across Europe. The Order favored open battlefields where its cavalry could charge. It favored sieges where its engineers and artillery could dominate. It sought clear victories that could be recorded and celebrated. Lithuania relied on unpredictability. It used forests for concealment, rivers for ambushes, and winter ice for movement. Lithuanian raids were swift, brutal, and effective. They targeted weak points rather than strongholds. They deprived the Order of the sense of security it attempted to create through its castles. The frontier became a place of constant motion. Armies moved through the same river valleys year after year. Border settlements rose and fell. Each side adjusted its tactics in response to the other. The Order strengthened its castle defenses and improved its communication lines. Lithuania developed faster cavalry units and better scouting networks. Neither side gained a decisive advantage. Instead, they created a cycle of conflict that hardened attitudes and deepened hostility. The war that would eventually last for more than a century was not inevitable, but the patterns formed during this period made it difficult to avoid. The Order believed that its mission required the conquest of Lithuania. Lithuania believed that its survival depended on resisting the Order. Neither side could achieve its aims without confronting the other. The early campaigns in Prussia created a military and administrative foundation that allowed the Order to sustain prolonged warfare. The early Lithuanian counter-raids taught its leaders that resilience and adaptation could keep their nation intact. The roots of the long war grew from these early encounters. What began as isolated conflicts over territory and belief evolved into a struggle for dominance and survival. The Teutonic Order had established its power in Prussia. Lithuania had refused to yield. The stage was prepared for a confrontation that would reshape the region and echo across generations. The consolidation of Lithuania was neither sudden nor predetermined. It emerged slowly from the efforts of early dukes who recognized that unity offered the only path to survival in a region increasingly shaped by expansionist neighbors and crusading ambitions. These early leaders governed communities that shared similar languages and beliefs, yet they were separated by local loyalties, tribal identities, and geographic distances. Bringing these groups together required patience, negotiation, and strength. It required leaders who could balance the needs of their own clans with the broader demands of a rising state. Among these leaders, none was more significant than Mindaugas, the first known king of Lithuania, whose reign marked a turning point in the development of Lithuanian power. Before Mindaugas emerged, early Lithuanian dukes operated within a system of shifting alliances. Their influence depended on personal reputation, military skill, and the ability to reward loyal followers. Some governed only small regions, while others controlled extensive territories. These dukes fought alongside each other against external enemies, yet competed for influence within the Lithuanian lands. Their rivalries created both opportunities and dangers. On one hand, competition could lead to short-lived conflicts that weakened unity. On the other hand, ambitious leaders could use these rivalries to gather supporters, extend their authority, and push the boundaries of Lithuanian influence. Mindaugas rose to power in the early 13th century by navigating these rivalries with exceptional skill. He forged alliances, subdued competitors, and demonstrated a capacity for political vision beyond that of many of his contemporaries. He understood that Lithuania could not hope to resist the growing pressure from the Teutonic Order and other Christian powers unless it developed stronger internal structures. His rule represented a crucial step toward the creation of a unified Lithuanian state. He extended his influence over various Baltic tribes and neighboring territories, laying the foundations of what would become one of the largest states in medieval Europe. The most remarkable and controversial decision of Mindaugas's reign was his temporary acceptance of Christianity. Faced with growing pressure from crusading powers, Mindaugas sought a political solution that would preserve Lithuanian independence. By agreeing to baptism and acknowledging the authority of the Church, he gained international legitimacy and protection from the Teutonic Order. His conversion was recognized by the papacy, and he was crowned as King of Lithuania. For a brief period, Lithuania appeared ready to enter the Christian world as a sovereign monarchy rather than as a conquered territory. This moment represented a delicate balance between diplomacy and sovereignty. Mindaugas did not convert out of spiritual conviction alone. He used baptism as a strategic tool. It offered him allies and recognition, and it provided temporary relief from the Order's aggression. Yet his conversion did not lead to widespread Christianization of the Lithuanian population. The majority of Lithuanian nobles and common people remained committed to their traditional beliefs. Pagan rituals continued, and many viewed Mindaugas's decision with suspicion or disapproval. For them, the acceptance of Christianity under foreign influence threatened the autonomy of their traditions and communities. Mindaugas attempted to manage this tension by maintaining elements of traditional authority, while presenting a Christian identity to foreign powers. It was a fragile arrangement, dependent on his personal ability to navigate internal dissent and external expectations. His rule showed that Lithuania was capable of adapting its diplomatic strategies without surrendering its sovereignty. It also demonstrated that the survival of the Lithuanian state required leaders who could balance competing pressures with creativity and firmness. After Mindaugas's assassination in the year 1263, the fragile unity he had created began to unravel. His death triggered a period of internal division as rival nobles competed for power. Some regions broke away from central authority. Others shifted their allegiances according to local interests. The political landscape that Mindaugas had worked to stabilize descended once again into uncertainty. The lack of a clear succession plan allowed opportunistic dukes to pursue their own ambitions. This internal turmoil weakened Lithuania at a moment when external threats were intensifying. The Teutonic Order and its allied branch, the Livonian Order, eagerly exploited this instability. They viewed the Lithuanian civil conflicts as an opportunity to expand their influence and advance their mission. The orders launched new campaigns into Lithuanian territory, targeting regions weakened by internal disputes. They formed temporary alliances with rival Lithuanian nobles, offering support in exchange for concessions. These alliances were rarely based on trust. They served the Order's interests, providing footholds for future advances and deepening divisions within Lithuania. The Orders portrayed their actions as necessary interventions in a pagan land torn by internal strife. In reality, they sought to extend their territorial control and undermine the possibility of a strong Lithuanian state. The fragmentation of Lithuania allowed the Orders to conduct raids with greater ease. Each Lithuanian defeat strengthened the crusading narrative. Each alliance with a Lithuanian noble allowed the Orders to claim legitimacy. The Lithuanian civil conflicts therefore became a powerful tool in the Order's strategy. Yet even in this period of fragmentation, the foundations laid by Mindaugas did not vanish. Elements of statecraft persisted. Regional leaders recognized that division made them vulnerable. Over time, the need for unity reasserted itself. New leaders emerged who understood that Lithuania's survival required consolidation, strategic alliances, and military adaptation. They learned from Mindaugas's successes and from the dangers exposed by his death. Successors such as Gediminas, Vytautas, and others used a mixture of diplomacy and warfare to restore order. They confronted rival nobles, defended against the Orders, and sought to rebuild central authority. Their efforts gradually reversed the fragmentation that had followed Mindaugas's assassination. As stability returned, Lithuania resumed its expansion into neighboring territories. This expansion brought new resources, strengthened internal cohesion, and diversified the political landscape of the Grand Duchy. The revival of Lithuanian unity did not occur overnight. It was a process marked by setbacks, alliances, and recalibrated strategies. Lithuanian leaders learned to adapt to the Order's methods. They understood that the Order relied on fortifications and large-scale campaigns. Lithuania countered with flexible responses, avoiding direct confrontation unless conditions were favorable. Lithuanian cavalry became known for its speed and maneuverability. Networks of scouts monitored enemy movements. Communities near the frontier developed systems of warning that allowed them to evacuate or prepare defenses before the arrival of crusading forces. Lithuania also strengthened its diplomatic connections. While internal divisions had made alliances difficult, a more unified Lithuania could negotiate with neighboring powers from a position of confidence. These diplomatic efforts allowed Lithuanian rulers to secure temporary agreements that limited the Order's influence or created openings for counter-offensives. Diplomacy did not replace warfare, but it became a crucial tool in the struggle for survival. By the late 13th century, Lithuania had regained its footing. It was once again a rising power, increasingly capable of resisting the Teutonic Order. The internal divisions that had threatened its existence were brought under control by leaders who recognized the importance of unity. The lessons learned during this turbulent period shaped the strategies and institutions that would define Lithuania in the decades ahead. The memory of Mindaugas's reign and the temporary Christianization that had brought Lithuania international recognition remained part of the political fabric of the state. At the same time, the internal conflicts that followed his death served as a warning about the dangers of fragmentation. The stage was now set for a new phase in the confrontation between Lithuania and the Teutonic Order. Lithuania had survived a period of vulnerability. The Order had expanded its influence through opportunism. Both sides had learned from their encounters. The roots of hostility had deepened. The war that would last more than a century was preparing to enter a more intense and decisive stage. The century that followed Lithuania's consolidation became defined by a pattern of warfare, unlike any other in medieval Europe. It was a long era of raids, counter-raids, castle building, scorched fields, shattered villages, and unending movement along a frontier that seemed forever unsettled. For both the Teutonic Order and Lithuania, this century created habits of war, expectations of violence, and psychological landscapes that shaped generations. It was a time when neither side could defeat the other decisively, yet neither could withdraw without risking collapse. The frontier became a living boundary of conflict, shaped by the strategies, fears, ambitions, and endurance of two profoundly different societies. The Teutonic Order's approach to warfare during this century relied heavily on permanent fortifications. These castles, constructed from stone and brick, anchored the Order's control over conquered land. They were placed along river crossings, at strategic trade routes, and on high ground that dominated surrounding territory. Each castle served as a military base, a storehouse for supplies, an administrative center, and a symbol of crusading authority. When completed, they created a network of strongholds that formed a military spine across Prussia and into Livonia. Their presence allowed the Order to launch campaigns deep into Lithuanian territory, with confidence that supplies and reinforcements could move behind fortified walls. Lithuania responded with a very different style of warfare. Lithuanian armies did not rely on permanent fortifications to the same extent as the Order. Instead, they used the dense forests, marshlands, and winding rivers as their defenses. They avoided prolonged sieges whenever possible because they understood the Order's strength in those situations. Lithuanian leaders favored speed, mobility, and unpredictability. Their warriors moved quickly across familiar terrain, striking swiftly before disappearing into forests too thick for the Order's heavy cavalry to pursue effectively. These tactics frustrated crusaders who expected open field battles in which their armor and disciplined formations could dominate. This fundamental difference created a rhythm of war that persisted for decades. The Order would build a new castle, declare victory over another portion of pagan land, and prepare for the next stage of expansion. Lithuania would respond by launching raids that burned the surrounding countryside, ambushed supply caravans, or destroyed outposts that had not yet been fully fortified. The Order would then retaliate with a larger campaign, calling upon its network of guest knights from across Europe. Lithuanian forces would retreat, regroup, and strike again in unexpected places. Neither side achieved total security. Both sides adapted to the challenges created by the other. These patterns became especially pronounced during the annual crusading seasons. Each winter, knights from German principalities, Polish lands, Bohemia, Hungary, France, England, and even distant regions of Italy and Spain traveled to the territories controlled by the Teutonic Order. They came in search of honor, spiritual merit, and the glory promised to those who fought against what the Church described as the last major pagan power in Europe. Some sought indulgences granted for participating in crusades. Others came because tales of warfare in the Baltic had reached the courts of Europe and ignited youthful ambition. The idea of riding into the vast forests of the East, accompanied by banners and trumpets, held a certain allure. These guest crusaders were not simply volunteers. Their arrival strengthened the Order's armies significantly. They brought new tactics, superior armor, well-bred horses, and considerable enthusiasm. Yet they also created challenges for the Order. Guest knights often sought quick victories and dramatic battles, while the Order's commanders understood that warfare in Lithuania required patience, logistical precision, and strategic caution. The mismatch between expectation and reality sometimes led to tensions. A guest knight, accustomed to open field combat, might find himself struggling through swamps or trudging through dense forests where visibility was limited and ambushes were constant threats. Despite these difficulties, the annual influx of crusaders allowed the Order to maintain relentless military pressure on Lithuania. Each year brought a new wave of assaults against Lithuanian border regions. These campaigns were often carefully recorded by chroniclers who emphasized the spiritual rewards earned by participants. The descriptions presented Lithuania as a land in need of salvation, reinforcing the ideological motivations behind the war. Yet behind these idealized accounts lay a harsher truth. The annual crusading seasons brought devastation to the people who lived near the frontier. Villages were burned repeatedly. Harvests were destroyed. Families fled their homes, unsure of whether they would return to ruins or occupation. The human cost of this century of raids was immense. For the peasants who lived along the borderlands, war did not arrive as a grand strategic contest between powers. It came as fire, fear, and uncertainty. A farming family could wake to find armed riders approaching from the distance. Livestock could be taken or slaughtered. Fields could be trampled. Entire communities might scatter into nearby forests, carrying only what they could. Some villagers were taken captive, forced into labor or sold as slaves. Others were killed outright in the chaos of a raid. Rebuilding became a constant necessity. For many families, life became a cycle of planting crops, rebuilding homes, and preparing for the next round of destruction. These experiences shaped a hardened and resilient frontier culture. Lithuanian villagers learned to read subtle signs of approaching danger. They developed systems of early warning using messengers, fires, or horn signals to alert neighboring settlements. They built temporary refuges in forests or marshlands. They adapted their agricultural practices to survive in unstable conditions. Although life along the frontier was harsh, it also fostered a sense of unity and shared purpose. The knowledge that external forces threatened their land and traditions strengthened the resolve of these communities. On the Teutonic side, the human cost was also significant, though it manifested differently. The Order lost knights in battle, and each loss was felt within the structured hierarchy of the organization. Replacing a trained knight was not simple. It required years of preparation, discipline, and commitment. The Order also faced financial burdens from maintaining castles, supplying campaigns, and hosting guest crusaders. Although it received substantial donations and support from across Europe, the cost of continuous warfare strained its resources. The Order fought tirelessly, but it did so within a structure that demanded constant reinforcement. Over time, the century of raids produced a distinctive psychological landscape for both sides. For Lithuanians, the ability to endure became a defining virtue. They understood that their strength lay not in matching the order castle for castle or knight for knight. Their resilience came from the land itself and from their ability to adapt. They used the cover of night, harsh winter conditions, and unexpected routes to strike where the order least expected. Their resistance became a matter of identity. Defending their traditions, families, and homeland created a deep sense of purpose. The memory of burned villages and lost loved ones forged an emotional foundation that could not be broken easily. For the Teutonic Order, the relentless Lithuanian raids created frustration and determination in equal measure. The order saw itself as a disciplined and righteous institution. It believed that divine support was on its side. Yet year after year, Lithuanian warriors slipped past its castles, struck at its supply lines, and forced its armies into exhausting chases through unfamiliar terrain. These experiences hardened the order as well. Its commanders refined their strategies. They improved their fortifications. They sought new alliances and secured additional support from Western Europe. The difficulty of the conflict reinforced their belief that their mission was both necessary and justified. This century of constant conflict forged the deeper patterns that would define the later stages of the war. The Order learned that controlling land required more than building castles. It required the ability to manage local populations, maintain supply routes, and respond quickly to unexpected threats. Lithuania learned that it could resist a powerful military order through flexibility, courage, and unity. The frontier became a battleground of endurance rather than decisive victories. Each year of raids reinforced the animosities that drove both sides, turning ideological conflict into generational memory. Although neither side gained a clear advantage during this period, both emerged stronger in their own ways. The Teutonic Order solidified its territorial base and perfected its military routines. Lithuania strengthened its identity and developed leaders capable of navigating both war and diplomacy. The conflict that had begun as a series of scattered encounters now moved toward a larger and more organized struggle. The century of raids served as the crucible in which both powers were hardened, prepared for the far greater confrontations that loomed ahead. The emergence of Gediminas as Grand Duke of Lithuania marked a turning point in the centuries-long struggle with the Teutonic Order. Gediminas was not merely a warrior, he was a strategist, a diplomat, and a state builder whose vision extended beyond immediate survival. At a time when Lithuania faced relentless pressure from the militarized and ideologically driven Teutonic Order, Gediminas recognized that the survival of his realm required more than raids and defensive maneuvers. It required the creation of a cohesive state capable of projecting power, maintaining alliances, and negotiating with the wider European world. From the beginning of his reign, Gediminas understood that diplomacy could be as effective as military might. He sought to engage Western Europe not as a conquered pagan land, but as a sovereign power with a legitimate stake in the balance of regional politics. Letters sent to the Pope, to the rulers of the Italian city-states, and to other influential courts revealed his skill in crafting a narrative of Lithuania as a stable, civilized, and open society. In his correspondence, Gediminas framed himself as a ruler willing to cooperate with Christendom, not merely as a pagan adversary to be conquered. These letters served multiple purposes. They sought to establish formal recognition, to negotiate trade and political alliances, and to subtly warn that Lithuania could not be subdued easily. Gediminas's diplomacy reflected a keen awareness of European politics. He understood that the Teutonic Order, while militarily formidable, relied on legitimacy granted by Western powers. By reaching out directly to the Pope and influential cities, Gediminas attempted to bypass the order and speak for Lithuania as an independent actor. His letters conveyed respect for Christianity while asserting the autonomy of his realm. He offered protection to merchants, invited skilled artisans to settle in Lithuania, and sought assurances of peace in exchange for diplomatic recognition. These initiatives demonstrated a level of political sophistication rarely seen among pagan rulers of the era, and showed that Gediminas' vision encompassed both defense and opportunity. At the heart of Gediminas' domestic policy was the strengthening of the Lithuanian state. He recognized that military power alone could not guarantee survival. The internal consolidation of territories, the fostering of loyalty among nobles, and the development of administrative structures were all critical to sustaining a state capable of withstanding the Teutonic threat. Gediminas relied on a combination of personal authority, pragmatic alliances, and local governance that balanced the independence of regional leaders with central control. His leadership fostered a sense of unity among disparate groups and created a foundation upon which Lithuania could project its power beyond its borders. One of Gediminas' most enduring legacies was the founding and expansion of Vilnius. The city became both a political center and a symbol of Lithuanian resilience and ambition. Its strategic location allowed for control over key trade routes and facilitated communication across the growing state. Gediminas invested in fortifications and infrastructure that would enable Vilnius to serve as both a defensive stronghold and a hub for economic development. The construction of the city reflected his understanding that the strength of a state was measured not only in armies, but also in the capacity to organize, govern, and inspire its people. Vilnius became a tangible representation of Lithuania's rise and a focal point for future generations. The Teutonic Order perceived Gediminas' ascent as a direct challenge to their ambitions. They had grown accustomed to Lithuania's disunity, to its temporary setbacks, and to the opportunities that internal conflict presented. Gediminas' consolidation of power, his diplomatic outreach, and his construction of Vilnius signaled a shift from reactive survival to proactive statecraft. The order recognized that a unified, diplomatically engaged, and economically resilient Lithuania threatened both its ideological narrative and its territorial aspirations. The Knights understood that military campaigns alone might no longer suffice to bring Lithuania under their control. They faced a rising power that combined cunning, resources, and vision. Gediminas' strategy relied on a delicate balancing act. While he projected openness toward Christian powers, he maintained the independence of Lithuanian pagan traditions and secured loyalty from his people. He understood that overt submission to foreign religious authority would erode internal cohesion, weaken his legitimacy, and invite further exploitation by the order. At the same time, he used the language of diplomacy to engage potential allies, to neutralize some threats, and to present Lithuania as a state capable of meaningful participation in European affairs. This dual approach strengthened Lithuania's international standing and created uncertainty among its enemies. The establishment of Vilnius also had military implications. Its fortifications provided a base from which Lithuanian forces could monitor the frontier, respond to incursions, and project influence into contested territories. The city's growth attracted craftsmen, merchants, and administrators whose presence contributed to economic stability. The development of urban centers under Gediminas enhanced the ability of the Lithuanian state to sustain prolonged conflict, support its armies, and maintain supply lines. Vilnius became a hub of organization and culture that strengthened both the resilience and the legitimacy of Gediminas' rule. Gediminas' diplomacy extended beyond the papacy and Italian cities. He corresponded with rulers across Central and Eastern Europe, including Poland, the Holy Roman Empire, and the Principalities of Rus. These interactions allowed him to gather intelligence negotiate temporary peace, and position Lithuania strategically in a complex network of alliances. His letters often emphasized pragmatism over ideology, presenting Lithuania as a partner in trade and diplomacy while reinforcing its sovereign authority. This approach reflected an understanding that survival depended not only on military success, but also on the perception of legitimacy in the eyes of potential allies and adversaries alike. The rise of Gediminas coincided with a period of adaptation for the Teutonic Order. They recognized that their traditional methods, relying on heavily armored knights, fortified castles, and crusader armies drawn from Western Europe, faced new challenges. Gediminas' consolidation of Lithuanian power, combined with his use of diplomacy and statecraft, created obstacles that raids alone could not overcome. The Order's leaders had to reconsider their strategies, negotiate temporary truces, and adapt to a more cohesive and strategically minded adversary. Lithuania's rising influence altered the political landscape of the Baltic frontier and signaled that the conflict would enter a new, more complex phase. Gediminas' vision extended beyond immediate survival. He sought to create a Lithuanian state capable of enduring for generations, balancing military readiness, internal cohesion, and external diplomacy. His policies reflected a keen understanding of the interplay between force and negotiation. By cultivating relationships with Western powers, strengthening internal governance, and building Vilnius as a political and cultural center, Gediminas positioned Lithuania as a credible and formidable opponent to the Teutonic Order. His rule transformed Lithuania from a reactive state into a rising power whose ambitions would challenge the crusading narrative and alter the trajectory of the Baltic region. The rise of Gediminas was a turning point that would define the next decades of conflict. Lithuania was no longer merely defending itself against raids and incursions. It had become a proactive power capable of shaping events, negotiating alliances, and asserting authority over its territory. Gediminas' combination of diplomacy, internal reform, and strategic vision created a formidable challenge for the Teutonic Order. The centuries-long war was entering a new phase, one in which Lithuania's resilience and statecraft would determine its survival and the balance of power in the Baltic region. At the height of its power, the Teutonic Order represented a convergence of faith, military discipline, and political ambition, unlike any other institution in medieval Europe. It was more than a military force. It was a state, a religious order, and a social system, all bound together by a singular purpose: to expand Christendom eastward and to impose order on pagan lands. Its structure reflected centuries of adaptation and consolidation. Knights formed the backbone of its armies. They were heavily armored warriors, often of noble birth, who had taken religious vows and devoted themselves to both God and the sword. These knights were trained rigorously, disciplined to follow orders without hesitation, and committed to a lifetime of service. Supporting the knights were sergeants and lay brothers, men who carried out the vital functions that allowed the order to operate as a cohesive force. Sergeants were lightly armed soldiers who provided mobility and flexibility in campaigns. They often performed reconnaissance, guarded supply lines, and reinforced knights in battle. Lay brothers undertook administrative, logistical, and support roles. They maintained the castles, oversaw farming and trade, and ensured that the order's infrastructure functioned efficiently. Priests within the order provided spiritual guidance, conducted masses, and framed the campaigns in religious terms that reinforced the ideological rationale for conquest. Together, these groups created a military and administrative machine that was remarkably well organized for its time. The finances of the order were carefully managed to support its ambitions. Land systems allowed the order to extract revenue from conquered territories. Castles and their surrounding lands provided food, labor, and supplies. Villages under the order's control were expected to pay taxes, provide recruits, and contribute resources for military campaigns. Wealth flowed from agricultural production, trade, and donations from European nobility. The order maintained records meticulously, documenting both income and expenditure, reflecting a bureaucratic sophistication that enabled sustained operations. With these resources, the order could outfit armies, construct fortifications, and fund campaigns over decades without losing operational capacity. One of the key advantages of the order lay in its ability to mobilize support from across Europe. Nobles, knights, and volunteers from Germany, Poland, France, Bohemia, and other regions flocked to the Baltic frontier. Many sought spiritual reward, including indulgences granted by the Church for participation in crusades. Others pursued honor, adventure, or political opportunity. The promise of material gain, land, and prestige drew individuals willing to risk life and fortune in a foreign land. The influx of foreign fighters strengthened the Order AS campaigns and allowed it to launch operations that far exceeded the capabilities of its permanent forces. These guest crusaders reinforced the idea that the Order ES mission was not merely local, but part of a broader, Europe-wide movement to expand Christian dominion. The strategic use of religion was central to the Order's power. Every campaign was framed as a holy mission. Crusades against Lithuania were described in letters, chronicles, and papal bulls as righteous struggles against pagans who rejected the true faith. This religious framing provided both legitimacy and practical advantages. It encouraged participation from distant knights, justified the imposition of taxation and tribute, and presented the order as an agent of divine will. Religion was not only a motivator, but also a political tool. By presenting itself as the defender and spreader of Christianity, the order gained the moral high ground in negotiations, propaganda, and appeals for European support. The blending of faith and warfare made the order formidable not merely in arms, but in influence. By the time Gediminas consolidated power in Lithuania, the Teutonic Order had reached a zenith that combined military strength, administrative efficiency, and ideological authority. Its castles dotted the landscape of Prussia and Livonia, forming a network of control that facilitated campaigns deep into pagan territory. Its armies were disciplined and well-equipped. Its leadership, organized around the Grand Master and his council, executed campaigns with remarkable coordination. Its finances were robust, sustained by both local resources and international support, and its religious framing allowed it to justify expansion in moral as well as strategic terms. Lithuania, however, remained the last significant pagan state in Europe, and this presented both an opportunity and a challenge for the order. Unlike the fragmented tribes of Prussia, Lithuania was increasingly unified and resilient under leaders such as Gediminas. Its size, population, and strategic depth made conquest difficult. The order faced forests, rivers, and swamps that limited the effectiveness of its heavy cavalry and siege tactics. Lithuanian leaders had learned from centuries of raids, counter-raids, and strategic retreats. They had developed a political and military system capable of sustaining long-term resistance. The Order's campaigns, no matter how well planned, could not rely on surprise or easy victory. The fact that Lithuania remained pagan also intensified the ideological stakes. For the Order, subduing Lithuania was a moral and religious imperative. It was framed as the final act in the Christianization of Northern Europe. Defeat or stalemate in Lithuania threatened not only territorial ambition, but also the narrative of divine purpose. For European supporters, the Lithuanian campaign symbolized the continuation of the crusading ideal, a final opportunity to participate in a holy endeavor. The weight of expectation added pressure to the Order's leaders, reinforcing their commitment to expansion and justifying the sacrifices demanded of both knights and resources. At this height, The Teutonic Order represented a model of medieval militarized monasticism. Its combination of disciplined warriors, loyal support personnel, financial acumen, international backing, and religious justification made it one of the most effective and enduring forces of the period. Yet, this zenith also carried risks. The concentration of power, reliance on foreign support, and ideological rigidity meant that any shift in Lithuanian strategy, any internal disorder within the order, or any external political change could destabilize its dominance. History would show that the order's peak, impressive though it was, contained vulnerabilities that would later be exploited. Lithuania's position as the last pagan target meant that it attracted disproportionate attention and pressure. The Order's campaigns were relentless, conducted with a combination of military professionalism, ideological fervor, and strategic planning honed over decades. Yet the Lithuanian response demonstrated resilience. Its leaders used knowledge of terrain, adaptive tactics, and political alliances to resist encroachment. Lithuania's survival was not a matter of luck, but of strategic insight, disciplined resistance, and an understanding that endurance could offset the Order's superior firepower. By the mid-14th century, the Baltic frontier had become a theater of extremes. On one side was the Teutonic Order at its height, commanding armies, castles, and international support. On the other was Lithuania, increasingly centralized under visionary rulers, capable of responding dynamically to threats. The stage was set for a prolonged struggle in which the patterns established by centuries of raids, fortifications, diplomacy, and adaptation would converge. The Order's zenith demonstrated both its power and its limitations, while Lithuania's persistence signaled that no amount of military might could easily achieve the ultimate goal of conquest. This period established the parameters of the next generation of conflict. The Teutonic Order had built the tools of expansion, structured its society for warfare, and secured support from across Europe. Lithuania had reinforced its independence, developed strategic sophistication, and cultivated resilience among its population. The two powers were now locked in a struggle whose outcome would shape the Baltic for decades. Neither could be defeated easily, and both would face the consequences of choices made in the pursuit of survival, power, and faith. The rise of Gediminas, coupled with the zenith of the Order, created a dynamic equilibrium that would define the era of confrontation in the late 14th century. The rise of Algirdas and Kęstutis marked a pivotal chapter in the story of Lithuania. Together, they forged a system of joint rule that allowed the Grand Duchy to navigate an era of unprecedented expansion and external threat. This arrangement was born out of pragmatism and necessity. Algirdas focused on the eastern territories, extending Lithuanian influence into the lands of the Rus principalities, while Kęstutis defended the western frontiers against the Teutonic Order. Each bore responsibility for critical regions of the state, ensuring that no single area of Lithuania was left vulnerable to attack. Their partnership became a model of dual leadership, balancing internal governance with military imperatives across a vast and diverse territory. Algirdas was a master of strategic expansion. His campaigns eastward extended Lithuanian control over significant portions of the lands that had once been fragmented among the Rus principalities. These territories offered new resources, population, and strategic depth. By bringing these lands under the Grand Duchy, Algirdas not only enhanced Lithuania's power, but also created a buffer against neighboring threats. The eastern expansion reflected a calculated vision to secure both wealth and security through diplomacy and military engagement. Alliances with local rulers, intermarriages with influential families, and careful negotiation often accompanied military campaigns, demonstrating that Algirdas combined force with political acumen. Kęstutis, in contrast, became the shield of Lithuania. His focus on the western frontier brought him into constant confrontation with the Teutonic Order. The forests, rivers, and swamps of western Lithuania became both his ally and his battlefield. Kęstutis understood that the Order's strength lay in its castles, disciplined armies, and the influx of foreign crusaders. He countered these advantages through flexible tactics, ambushes, and a deep understanding of the terrain. His campaigns were characterized by speed, surprise, and the ability to strike at the Order's weak points. By holding the western frontier, Kęstutis created the conditions necessary for Algirdas to pursue eastern expansion without leaving the state exposed. The dual leadership of Algirdas and Kęstutis allowed Lithuania to manage pressures on multiple fronts simultaneously. While the Teutonic Order sought to exploit any internal divisions, the coordination between the two rulers ensured that no frontier remained undefended. This unity of purpose was essential for a state that was growing rapidly in both size and complexity. It demonstrated that Lithuanian governance could adapt to the challenges posed by both geographic scale and the intensity of external threats. Vytautas, then a young member of the ruling family, began to emerge during this period. His early role was initially shaped by observation and minor commands, yet it offered him insight into the mechanics of leadership, military strategy, and diplomacy. Vytautas would later become central to Lithuania's struggle against the Teutonic Order, but even in these formative years, he absorbed lessons from Algirdas and Kęstutis that would define his approach to warfare and statecraft. His early experiences were marked by exposure to the complexities of managing a multi-front state and the necessity of balancing force with negotiation. The pressures of the West were unrelenting. The Teutonic Order continued its campaigns, launching raids and attempting to disrupt Lithuanian cohesion. They built new castles along rivers and near trade routes, aiming to control key points and restrict Lithuanian mobility. Each year brought fresh challenges, yet the Lithuanian response was resilient. The dual leadership allowed Algirdas and Kęstutis to divide responsibilities effectively, ensuring that Lithuania could counter incursions while continuing its broader political and territorial ambitions. This period tested the organizational and strategic capabilities of the Grand Duchy, forcing leaders to innovate, adapt, and strengthen both military and administrative systems. Lithuania's growing size became a strategic advantage. By the mid-14th century, the state was too large and diverse for the Teutonic Order to conquer easily. Its eastern territories provided resources and manpower that reinforced the western defenses. Its political structure allowed for rapid coordination across distances, and its leaders had honed a sophisticated understanding of both internal and external pressures. This expansion created a paradox for the Order. Every successful raid or campaign required vast resources, yet each success brought only temporary gains. The scale of the Lithuanian state meant that no single assault could achieve decisive results. The eastern expansion under Algirdas also reshaped Lithuania's regional influence. It allowed the Grand Duchy to interact with the Rus principalities as a major power rather than as a peripheral pagan state. These interactions included both conflict and negotiation, reflecting a pragmatic approach to statecraft. By extending influence over trade routes, towns, and strategic territories, Lithuania gained both economic and military advantages. The integration of these lands into the Grand Duchy strengthened its position relative to both the Teutonic Order and neighboring Christian states. During this period, Lithuania's rulers demonstrated an increasing awareness of the long-term stakes. They understood that the struggle with the Teutonic Order was not a series of isolated campaigns, but part of a multi-generational contest. Strategies had to account for the endurance of their people, the training of future leaders, and the ability to sustain military and administrative operations over decades. The successes of Algirdas and Kęstutis were therefore not measured solely by victories in battle, but by the creation of systems capable of supporting sustained resistance and expansion. The psychological impact of Lithuania's growth cannot be understated. Both within the Grand Duchy and among its adversaries, the perception of strength shaped decisions and strategies. Lithuanian communities gained confidence in their ability to withstand raids, knowing that their leaders were capable of defending and coordinating resources across the vast territory. For the Teutonic Order, Lithuania's expansion created concern. The order faced a state with multiple defensive layers, internal cohesion, and increasing diplomatic sophistication. No longer was Lithuania a fragmented collection of pagan tribes. It had become a resilient and strategically aware power that required complex and sustained efforts to challenge. The period also highlighted the emergence of a generational approach to leadership and warfare. Young nobles and commanders learned from the successes and failures of previous campaigns. They absorbed lessons in diplomacy, logistics, and the use of terrain in warfare. This knowledge became part of the institutional memory of the Grand Duchy, ensuring that Lithuania could respond to evolving threats and maintain continuity even as individual leaders came and went. Vytautas's early experiences reflected this accumulation of strategic knowledge, setting the stage for his later prominence in the fight against the Order. By the end of this phase, Lithuania had achieved a critical threshold. Its territory, political cohesion, and military capability had reached a point where the Teutonic Order could no longer rely on conventional campaigns to subdue it. The Grand Duchy had become too large to defeat easily, too resilient to fracture, and too diplomatically astute to be isolated. The state's leaders had transformed centuries of struggle into an organized system of governance and defense, preparing Lithuania for confrontations of greater scale and significance. The reign of Algirdas, the defense led by Kęstutis, and the emergence of Vytautas marked the transformation of Lithuania from a frontier state into a regional power. The lessons of adaptation, the practice of joint rule, and the strategic use of both diplomacy and warfare provided the foundation for the Grand Duchy's resilience. The stage was set for the next decisive chapters in the 129-year conflict. Lithuania's growing strength, combined with the determination and sophistication of its leaders, ensured that the centuries-long struggle with the Teutonic Order would continue to shape the political, cultural, and military landscape of the Baltic region. The years of internal turmoil within Lithuania marked one of the most turbulent chapters in the Grand Duchy's history. The death of Kęstutis and the rivalry between Jogaila and his uncle transformed what had been a powerful, unified state into a landscape of political uncertainty. This period of civil war not only destabilized Lithuania internally, but also presented a strategic opportunity for the Teutonic Order, which had long sought to exploit divisions among its adversaries. The internal struggle revealed the complexities of dynastic politics, the fragility of alliances, and the ways in which personal ambition could reshape the trajectory of an entire nation. Jogaila, the son of Algirdas, emerged as a central figure in the conflict. He was ambitious, politically astute, and determined to assert authority over the entire Grand Duchy. His claim was legitimate but contested. Kęstutis, the experienced and revered co-ruler who had defended the western borders against the Teutonic Order for decades, still commanded loyalty among a significant portion of the Lithuanian elite and military. The tension between father and son, uncle and nephew, became a struggle not merely of personalities, but of competing visions for the future of Lithuania. Each faction drew support from different regional centers, nobles and military commanders. Vytautas, Kęstutis' son, found himself at the center of these disputes. His early allegiances shifted as he navigated a dangerous political landscape. Initially aligned with his father, Vytautas recognized that the collapse of Kęstutis' authority could have disastrous consequences for his own position. At the same time, he understood that alliances were tools to achieve strategic ends. His decision to temporarily cooperate with Jogaila, and at other times to negotiate with the Teutonic Order, reflected a pragmatic approach born from both survival instincts and political calculation. Vytautas' shifting loyalties were not betrayal in the modern sense, but part of a broader game of survival in a state threatened both internally and externally. The Teutonic Order observed the Civil War with careful attention. They had long understood that Lithuanian unity was their greatest obstacle. Now, divisions presented an opportunity to strike indirectly. The Order offered support, promises, and military assistance to whichever side appeared most willing to cooperate. They provided sanctuary, supplies, and troops to Vytautas when it served their interests. Through diplomacy and intrigue, the Order sought to manipulate the internal dynamics of Lithuania, hoping that civil war would weaken its adversary without requiring full-scale campaigns. The exploitation of these divisions was a calculated strategy, one that revealed the Order's understanding of both political and military leverage. During this period, alliances were fluid and contingent. Vytautas' temporary agreements with the Teutonic Order illustrate the complex interplay between domestic power struggles and external pressure. While many historians have judged these maneuvers harshly, in context, they were expressions of political realism. Vytautas sought to secure his position, protect his inheritance, and eventually reclaim authority over the Grand Duchy. The alliances with the Order were tactical, providing breathing room and resources at critical moments. These arrangements were never permanent. They were part of a broader strategy to navigate an environment in which the stakes were nothing less than survival and political supremacy. The death of Kęstutis marked a dramatic turning point. His capture and subsequent demise under mysterious circumstances removed a stabilizing force from Lithuanian politics. Kęstutis had been a symbol of resistance against the Teutonic Order, a leader whose military expertise had maintained the western frontier for decades. His death created a vacuum that Jogaila exploited to consolidate power. The loss of Kęstutis tested the resilience of Lithuania's political structures and forced Vytautas to reassess his position in the shifting hierarchy. For the Teutonic Order, Kęstutis' death represented both an opportunity and a cautionary note. While divisions could be leveraged, the endurance of Lithuanian resistance was not to be underestimated. Jogaila's rise to power brought a new phase of internal consolidation. With Kęstutis gone, he was able to assert authority over the Grand Duchy, though not without continuing tension and occasional rebellion. Jogaila's leadership combined ambition with pragmatism. He sought to integrate the disparate regions of Lithuania, secure loyalty among the nobility, and stabilize the state after decades of raids and expansion. His rule set the stage for significant developments that would reshape Lithuania's relationship with the Teutonic Order, neighboring powers, and the broader European political landscape. The Civil War also had profound social and military implications. Communities along the frontier had already endured decades of raids, and internal conflict compounded these stresses. Loyalties were tested, allegiances shifted, and military resources were diverted from the Western Front to manage internal challenges. Villages, towns, and fortified settlements faced the dual pressures of external threats from the Order and internal political instability. The endurance of these communities reflected the resilience of Lithuanian society, but it also underscored the human cost of dynastic rivalry. Vytautas' early experiences during this period were formative. Witnessing the capture and death of his father, negotiating alliances with his cousin Jogaila, and navigating the overtures of the Teutonic Order, he absorbed lessons that would shape his future leadership. These experiences taught him the necessity of flexibility, the power of strategic negotiation, and the importance of timing in both diplomacy and warfare. Vytautas learned that survival often depended on careful calculation and that political opportunity could emerge even amid crisis. His adaptability during this period would later allow him to reclaim authority and lead Lithuania through some of the most significant campaigns against the Teutonic Order. The Civil War illustrated the interplay between personal ambition and national interest. Jogaila's ascent and Vytautas's maneuvering highlight the complexities of leadership in a state under siege. Dynastic disputes were not merely private matters. They had profound consequences for the defense and cohesion of Lithuania. The ability of leaders to negotiate, co-opt, or confront rivals directly impacted the capacity of the Grand Duchy to withstand external pressure. Civil war was both a symptom of internal divisions and a mechanism that forced adaptation, testing the endurance of political and military institutions. By the end of this period, Lithuania had emerged from internal conflict with a clearer hierarchy and a renewed understanding of the challenges posed by the Teutonic Order. Jogaila's consolidation of power stabilized the Grand Duchy, while Vytautas's early strategic choices ensured his own rise in influence. The Teutonic Order's attempts to manipulate the conflict yielded mixed results, demonstrating both the potential and the limits of external intervention in domestic affairs. Lithuania's leadership had survived a critical test of unity, resilience, and political acumen, preparing the state for the next phase of its struggle against the Order. This era of civil war was decisive in shaping the trajectory of the Lithuanian state. It revealed the vulnerabilities inherent in dynastic succession, highlighted the opportunities presented by external adversaries, and prepared the Grand Duchy for the next generation of leadership. The lessons learned during these years by Jogaila, Vytautas, and the wider nobility would inform strategic decisions for decades to come. Lithuania emerged more politically sophisticated, more aware of the interplay between internal cohesion and external threat, and better prepared to face the persistent challenge of the Teutonic Order. The year 1386 marked a monumental turning point in the history of Lithuania and the Baltic region. Jogaila, the Grand Duke of Lithuania, undertook a personal and political transformation that would reverberate across centuries. His baptism and marriage to Jadwiga of Poland did more than unite two powerful dynasties. They redefined the spiritual and political landscape of Eastern Europe. For the Teutonic Order, which had waged war for decades under the banner of crusading against pagans, the events of 1386 struck at the heart of their ideological purpose. Lithuania's conversion was both a diplomatic masterstroke and a strategic reorientation that changed the rules of the centuries-long struggle. Jogaila's decision to embrace Christianity was carefully calculated. It was not merely a personal act of faith, but a move that would cement alliances, secure his rule, and reshape the geopolitical framework of the region. By marrying Jadwiga, Queen of Poland, Jogaila secured the Polish crown, forging a union that combined military power, economic resources, and political influence. This union created a formidable alliance in Central and Eastern Europe. It provided Lithuania with a buffer against the Teutonic Order and offered access to new sources of support, both material and diplomatic. The marriage was emblematic of the fusion of personal ambition and statecraft, illustrating how dynastic politics could redefine national trajectories. The baptism of Jogaila symbolized more than the acceptance of a new faith. It represented the formal Christianization of Lithuania, a land that had resisted the incursions of the Teutonic Order for over a century. For Lithuanian elites, the conversion offered a pathway to integrate more fully with European Christendom, legitimizing their rule in the eyes of other monarchs and creating opportunities for alliances beyond the Baltic frontier. At the same time, the Lithuanian population faced a profound cultural transformation. Pagan rituals, local customs, and ancestral religious practices were gradually replaced or adapted, reflecting a delicate negotiation between tradition and imposed faith. Conversion was not instantaneous, nor was it universally embraced, but the political implications were immediate and irreversible. The formation of the Polish-Lithuanian Union under Jogaila's leadership marked a seismic shift in regional power dynamics. This union brought together two states with complementary strengths. Poland offered established institutions, a network of loyal nobility, and a position within European Christendom that could provide diplomatic recognition and military support. Lithuania contributed vast territories, seasoned warriors, and experience in resisting the Order's campaigns. Together, they created a partnership that altered the strategic calculus for the Teutonic Order. No longer could the knights rely on the argument that Lithuania remained the last pagan stronghold in Europe. The ideological justification for crusading campaigns was suddenly undermined. The Teutonic Order reacted with a mixture of fury, disbelief, and strategic recalibration. For nearly a century and a half, the Order had waged war under the premise of converting pagans, presenting itself as the instrument of divine will in the Baltic frontier. The baptism of Jogaila and the Christianization of Lithuania removed this justification. The Order could no longer claim that it fought for faith against unconverted peoples. Its campaigns were now framed as aggression against fellow Christians, a narrative that was far less palatable to the European nobility, whose support had sustained the Order for generations. Leaders of the Order saw Lithuania's conversion as a direct challenge to their legitimacy, a blow that demanded both re-evaluation and continued aggression under new pretenses. The impact of Christianization extended beyond ideology into the realm of diplomacy and military strategy. Lithuania's integration into European Christendom allowed for formal alliances, trade agreements, and recognition that were previously inaccessible. Jogaila's Poland-Lithuania alliance presented a credible counterweight to the Order's influence in the region. The combined military potential of Poland and Lithuania meant that the Order could no longer conduct raids with impunity or assume that isolated Lithuanian forces could be overrun. The balance of power had shifted. A unified, Christianized Lithuania allied with Poland represented a political and military force that challenged the Order's long-held dominance. The transition also carried symbolic weight. The baptism of Jogaila was a public affirmation that Lithuania had joined the European Christian community. It signaled to other states that Lithuania's rulers could be trusted partners in diplomacy, and that the state's actions could be interpreted through the lens of accepted Christian norms rather than pagan defiance. This shift enhanced Lithuania's international standing and positioned its leaders as central actors in the evolving politics of Central and Eastern Europe. The move was both protective and strategic, ensuring that the Grand Duchy's sovereignty would be recognized while simultaneously undercutting the Order's claims to moral and religious authority. Within Lithuania, the process of Christianization was complex and multifaceted. While the ruling elite embraced baptism and aligned themselves with European norms, the broader population experienced a gradual cultural and religious transformation. Pagan rituals persisted in rural communities, often blending with Christian practices in ways that reflected adaptation rather than mere subjugation. Priests sent from Western Europe and Poland worked to establish churches, schools, and administrative structures, creating the framework for a Christian society. The process required patience, negotiation, and occasional enforcement, demonstrating that conversion was as much a political project as a spiritual one. Vytautas, observing these developments, recognized both the opportunities and challenges presented by the new political reality. His earlier experiences during the Civil War had taught him the value of alliances, negotiation, and strategic timing. The union between Poland and Lithuania offered him a pathway to assert influence, reclaim authority, and engage with the order from a position of strength. Christianization created a new framework for political maneuvering, one in which diplomacy could complement military action and where the legitimacy of rulership could be measured not only in force, but in recognition by fellow Christian monarchs. The consequences for the Teutonic Order were immediate and profound. Their decades-long narrative of crusading against the last pagan realm was shattered. They faced a state that was no longer pagan, increasingly centralized, and aligned with one of the most powerful kingdoms in the region. This loss of ideological cover forced the order to justify continued aggression through secular and political arguments, reducing the appeal to distant European nobles and undermining the moral framework that had supported their campaigns. The conversion of Lithuania represented a strategic setback that would echo through the ensuing decades of conflict. The baptism of Jogaila also redefined the parameters of warfare and diplomacy in the Baltic. Future conflicts could no longer be framed as religious crusades alone. Instead, the struggle would involve questions of territorial ambition, political influence, and regional dominance. Lithuania's conversion transformed the war into one between politically sophisticated Christianized states, raising the stakes and complexity of every engagement. The order would have to confront a new reality in which its previous methods were insufficient to secure victory. By the end of 1386, Lithuania stood transformed. Its rulers had aligned themselves with European Christendom, created a union with Poland, and altered the ideological landscape of the Baltic frontier. The Teutonic Order faced a powerful adversary that combined historical resilience, strategic depth, and now European legitimacy. The stage was set for a new phase in the 129-year conflict, one in which religion could no longer justify conquest, and the balance of power depended on politics, diplomacy, and military acumen. The consequences of Jogaila's baptism and the Christianization of Lithuania would shape the next generation of leaders, battles, and strategic decisions, setting the course for the eventual confrontation at Grunwald and the long decline of the Order's dominance in the region. The return of Vytautas to the heart of Lithuanian politics marked a turning point that would shape the Grand Duchy for decades. After years of internal conflict, shifting allegiances, and temporary cooperation with the Teutonic Order, Vytautas reconciled with his cousin Jogaila, forging a renewed partnership that balanced ambition, experience, and strategic vision. This reconciliation was not merely a personal reunion, but a deliberate act of political calculation, signaling the emergence of a leadership capable of confronting both internal challenges and the enduring threat posed by the Teutonic Order. Vytautas' rise was both a restoration of continuity and a reimagining of Lithuanian governance. Vytautas assumed the title of Grand Duke with the understanding that the Grand Duchy had changed irrevocably. Lithuania was no longer an isolated pagan state, but part of a larger Christian and European framework. The Polish-Lithuanian Union had created a broader political context in which diplomacy, alliance, and international recognition became as critical as military prowess. Vytautas recognized that survival and expansion required not just skill on the battlefield, but also careful administration, coordination among the nobility, and strategic engagement with neighbors. His vision combined these elements into a program of internal strengthening designed to prepare Lithuania for inevitable confrontation with the Order. Administrative reform became a cornerstone of Vytautas' leadership. He sought to centralize authority without alienating the powerful regional dukes whose support was essential for stability. Through the appointment of loyal officials, the creation of standardized systems for taxation and resource collection, and the reinforcement of legal codes, Vytautas established a governance structure capable of sustaining a large and complex state. The Grand Duchy's administration extended into newly acquired territories, integrating diverse populations and ensuring that local elites were aligned with central authority. These reforms enhanced Lithuania's capacity to mobilize resources, maintain order, and support military campaigns over long distances. Vytautas' military reforms were equally decisive. He reorganized the army, improving coordination between heavy cavalry, infantry, and regional levies. He emphasized training, discipline, and intelligence gathering, ensuring that Lithuanian forces could respond flexibly to the Order's raids and siege tactics. Communication networks between fortresses and strategic settlements were strengthened, allowing for rapid deployment of forces along the western frontier. Vytautas recognized that success against the Teutonic Order required sustained readiness, the ability to exploit terrain, and the integration of local militias with professional soldiers. His reforms reflected both experience gained during the Civil War and lessons learned from previous generations of Lithuanian leadership. Diplomacy became a tool as vital as military organization. Vytautas leveraged his relationship with Jogaila and the Polish crown to secure strategic alliances, negotiate truces when necessary, and project Lithuanian influence across Eastern Europe. He cultivated ties with neighboring states, including the principalities of the Rus, creating a network of political relationships that strengthened Lithuania's position. These alliances provided opportunities to isolate the Order, secure supplies, and gather intelligence. Vytautas' diplomatic acumen ensured that Lithuania was not merely reacting to threats but shaping the strategic environment in which those threats could be addressed. The Teutonic Order, observing Vytautas' rise, miscalculated his intentions. They interpreted his reconciliation with Jogaila and measured diplomacy as signs of submission or limited ambition. They failed to recognize the strategic depth of his planning, the reforms consolidating power within the Grand Duchy, and the integration of military, administrative, and diplomatic initiatives into a coherent strategy. This misjudgment allowed Vytautas to strengthen Lithuania with fewer interruptions from external attacks and to prepare the state for decisive confrontation on terms favorable to his leadership. Vytautas' rise was also defined by personal charisma and strategic insight. He commanded loyalty not only through authority, but through competence. Local leaders, nobles, and military commanders recognized his ability to balance pragmatism with courage. His reputation as a tactician, negotiator, and statesman grew, enhancing Lithuania's cohesion at a moment when internal and external pressures could have fractured it. By consolidating power while maintaining legitimacy, Vytautas ensured that the Grand Duchy could act as a unified state in response to the persistent threat of the Order. The strengthening of Lithuania under Vytautas was comprehensive. Fortresses along the western frontier were repaired and reinforced. Supply lines were organized to withstand prolonged campaigns. Training and intelligence systems allowed Lithuanian forces to anticipate and counter the tactics of the Teutonic Knights. Administrative efficiency meant that resources could be mobilized quickly, and regional leaders were incentivized to align with central authority. This integration of governance, military readiness, and strategic foresight reflected Vytautas, understanding that the challenge posed by the Order could not be met piecemeal or through improvisation. Vytautas also cultivated a vision for Lithuania that extended beyond immediate survival. He sought to project power, influence neighboring states, and ensure the long-term sovereignty of the Grand Duchy. His efforts in diplomacy, administration, and military organization reflected a multi-generational perspective. The Grand Duchy under Vytautas became a state capable of enduring not only the immediate threat of the Teutonic Order, but also the broader pressures of European politics. demonstrating resilience and adaptability that had been honed through decades of struggle. The Teutonic Order's repeated failures to anticipate Vytautas' strategy underscored the effectiveness of his reforms and the cohesion he had cultivated within Lithuania. They assumed that the Grand Duchy's internal divisions, previous civil war, and historical vulnerability would limit its capacity for organized resistance. Vytautas' leadership proved otherwise. The combination of administrative sophistication, military readiness, and diplomatic leverage transformed Lithuania into a state that could challenge the order on multiple fronts, both militarily and politically. By the time Vytautas fully assumed command, Lithuania had emerged as a revitalized power. The lessons of civil war, the integration with Poland, and the reforms of his early rule had created a Grand Duchy prepared for the next phase of the centuries-long struggle. The order would face a Lithuania that was unified, strategically sophisticated, and capable of leveraging both its internal resources and external alliances. Vytautas' rise was not merely a restoration of power, it was the creation of a durable state apparatus capable of sustaining long-term resistance and shaping the trajectory of the Baltic for generations. The stage was set for confrontation on a scale not seen in previous decades. Vytautas had prepared Lithuania to meet the Teutonic Order not as a fragmented adversary, but as a cohesive, capable, and strategically minded state. His leadership represented the culmination of lessons learned from civil war, diplomacy, and the challenges of defending a vast territory. The future battles between Lithuania and the Teutonic Order would not be simple raids or temporary sieges, but organized campaigns in which strategy, coordination, and statecraft determined outcomes as much as individual valor. Vytautas' rise also reshaped the internal dynamics of Lithuania. Nobles, military commanders, and local leaders aligned their interests with the vision of a strong, centralized state. The integration of eastern and western territories, the establishment of administrative consistency, and the reinforcement of military readiness ensured that the Grand Duchy could sustain operations over decades. These developments were critical not only for defense, but for projecting Lithuanian power, asserting sovereignty, and negotiating from a position of strength in the complex political environment of late medieval Europe. Vytautas' return and rise demonstrated that leadership, when combined with strategic foresight, administrative reform, and military innovation, could transform a state under threat into a resilient power. His accomplishments laid the foundation for the next decisive chapters of the conflict with the Teutonic Order. By unifying Lithuania, modernizing its institutions, and preparing for inevitable confrontation, Vytautas ensured that the Grand Duchy would enter the next phase of the centuries-long struggle as a formidable adversary, capable of shaping the destiny of the Baltic region. The summer of 1399 brought a sobering moment for Vytautas and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. After years of careful consolidation, reform, and diplomacy, the Lithuanian army embarked on a campaign to assert influence across the eastern steppe, seeking to bring the fragmented lands of the Golden Horde and neighboring principalities under greater control. Vytautas' ambitions were expansive. He envisioned a Lithuania that could project power far beyond the Baltic forests, a state whose reach would extend into the vast plains of Ruthenia, securing both prestige and strategic advantage. Yet what unfolded at the Vorskla River would become one of the most devastating defeats in the era, a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities inherent in expansion and ambition. The campaign drew a formidable army, a combination of Lithuanian forces and allied contingents from Ruthenian principalities. Vytautas himself led from the front, embodying the martial courage that had defined his rise. The army moved across challenging terrain, navigating rivers, marshes, and the open steppe with confidence in its training, organization, and leadership. Early engagements suggested that the Lithuanian forces were capable of success, pushing forward against local adversaries and consolidating positions in the contested territories. Yet the vastness of the steppe presented its own challenges. Supply lines stretched thin, communication became increasingly difficult, and the nomadic forces of the Golden Horde exploited their intimate knowledge of the land. The Battle of the Vorskla River itself became a catastrophic encounter. The combined forces of Vytautas and his allies were drawn into a trap by the seasoned tactics of the steppe cavalry. The Golden Horde, experienced in feigned retreats, encirclement, and rapid maneuver, overwhelmed the Lithuanian army despite its discipline and heavy cavalry. Elite units, including the famed winged hussars of the era and seasoned Ruthenian contingents, were decimated. Command structures broke under pressure, and many of Vytautas' closest officers were killed or captured. The battle ended in a rout, leaving the Grand Duchy with a profound military and psychological wound. The losses at Vorskla were not merely tactical, but strategic. Vytautas' army had been the backbone of Lithuania's defense against the Teutonic Order and other adversaries. Its elite troops represented decades of accumulated experience, training, and institutional knowledge. The destruction of these forces created immediate vulnerabilities, particularly along the western frontier, where the Order had long sought to exploit any sign of weakness. The defeat also had implications for alliances. Ruthenian principalities that had provided support re-evaluated their commitments, understanding that Lithuanian power was not invincible and that continued involvement in eastern campaigns carried risk. The Teutonic Order observed the disaster with a keen sense of opportunity. For decades, they had struggled to subdue Lithuania through raids, sieges, and intermittent campaigns. The setback at Vorskla suggested a moment of weakness that could be exploited. The Order anticipated that a demoralized and partially depleted Lithuania might be unable to resist new incursions along the western frontier. They read the defeat as a potential turning point, an occasion to assert dominance while Lithuania recovered from its eastern losses. Yet the Order also underestimated the resilience of the Grand Duchy and the strategic vision of Vytautas. Despite the catastrophic defeat, Vytautas demonstrated remarkable resolve. He recognized that recovery would require both rapid military reorganization and careful diplomacy. The Grand Duchy could not afford to be paralyzed by defeat. Leadership had to reassure the nobility, rebuild confidence among troops, and re-establish communication with allies. Vytautas' response reflected his experience, adaptability, and determination. He began to restructure the army, recruit fresh contingents, and shore up defenses along the western frontier, understanding that the Teutonic Order would interpret weakness as an invitation to attack. The loss at Vorskla also accelerated the urgency to resolve the conflict with the Teutonic Order. For decades, Lithuania had endured raids, sieges, and the constant threat of crusading campaigns. Now, with military strength partially diminished, the need for strategic resolution became immediate. Vytautas understood that the Order's ideological mission had been undermined by Lithuania's Christianization and alliance with Poland, but the knights remained formidable adversaries capable of exploiting any lapse in preparedness. The Grand Duchy faced a choice: recover defensively while enduring continued pressure, or pursue a decisive confrontation to secure long-term stability. The psychological dimension of the defeat cannot be overstated. Soldiers, nobles, and civilians alike felt the weight of loss. Villages along the frontier, accustomed to the cycles of raids and counter-raids, now faced heightened insecurity. The prestige of Vytautas had been tested, and his ability to inspire loyalty and confidence became as crucial as his skill in strategy. The leader's response in the aftermath would define not only the military recovery, but the political cohesion of the state. By rallying support, emphasizing resilience, and preparing for the next phase of confrontation, Vytautas ensured that Lithuania did not succumb to despair or opportunistic aggression. In response to the setback, Vytautas implemented reforms in both military organization and logistics. He strengthened the command hierarchy, clarified lines of authority, and improved coordination among units to prevent the fragmentation that had contributed to the defeat. Supply lines were reinforced, fortifications along key rivers and trade routes were repaired, and regional militias were integrated more effectively into the overall defensive strategy. These measures demonstrated a combination of lessons learned from the Vorskla disaster and foresight about future conflicts. Lithuania would emerge stronger, more coordinated, and better prepared to challenge the Teutonic Order in the years to come. The defeat at Vorskla also had implications for diplomacy. Vytautas renewed negotiations with allies, seeking to secure reinforcements, maintain loyalty among local rulers, and reassure Poland of Lithuania's continued reliability as a partner. The campaign underscored the interdependence of military and diplomatic strategies, revealing that power could not be measured solely in terms of battlefield success. The integration of political, economic, and military considerations became a defining feature of Vytautas' leadership, ensuring that Lithuania's recovery would be comprehensive rather than piecemeal. By the end of this period, the Grand Duchy was wounded but not broken. The loss of elite troops and the shock of defeat at Vorskla represented a severe test of Lithuanian resilience. Yet the state's institutions, leadership, and alliances allowed it to withstand the immediate threat and begin rebuilding. The experience highlighted the dangers of overextension, the complexities of multi-front warfare, and the necessity of strategic patience. Vytautas had confronted one of the harshest reversals in his career and emerged with renewed focus, determination, and the strategic insight that would guide Lithuania through the next critical confrontations with the Teutonic Order. The aftermath of Vorskla set the stage for the growing urgency of the Lithuanian-Teutonic conflict. The Order could perceive weakness, but Lithuania's recovery efforts, combined with the strategic acumen of Vytautas, ensured that future engagements would be planned, coordinated, and decisive. The battle demonstrated both the fragility and resilience of the Grand Duchy, illustrating that even catastrophic defeat could serve as a catalyst for reform, adaptation, and renewed strength. Vytautas' leadership during this period would define the Grand Duchy's capacity to withstand external pressure and prepare for the climactic conflicts that lay ahead. The years following the devastation at the Vorskla River were a period of careful rebuilding, strategic patience, and heightened tension for Lithuania. Vytautas understood that recovery was not only about replenishing lost forces, but also about preparing for an inevitable confrontation with the Teutonic Order. The Grand Duchy could not afford to respond piecemeal to raids and opportunistic strikes. Coordination with Poland, now joined to Lithuania through the union forged by Jogaila, became a cornerstone of defensive and strategic planning. This period laid the foundation for what would later be known as the Great War, a multi-year struggle that would define the balance of power in the Baltic region. Diplomacy was the first line of action. Vytautas and Jogaila sought to maintain stability along the borders and avert unnecessary escalation. Envoys traveled across Europe, appealing to courts, clergy, and nobility for support or mediation. Lithuania emphasized its Christian status and the legitimacy of its union with Poland, challenging the Teutonic Order's narrative of righteous crusade. These efforts, however, met with limited success. The Order framed their campaigns as defensive measures against perceived Lithuanian aggression, portraying themselves as protectors of Christianity, despite the reality that Lithuania had long ceased to be pagan. European rulers observed cautiously, weighing their own interest in the region rather than intervening decisively. Meanwhile, the Teutonic Order intensified its raids along the western frontier. Annual campaigns became more systematic and ruthless, targeting villages, farmland, and settlements that had previously escaped destruction. Their forces, composed of seasoned knights, sergeants, and mercenary contingents from across Europe, pressed into Lithuanian territory with the intent to destabilize the state and exploit perceived weakness after Vorskla. The raids were devastating. They disrupted agriculture, undermined local economies, and spread fear among civilian populations. Yet rather than breaking Lithuanian resolve, these attacks hardened the population and reinforced the urgency of preparing for a major decisive confrontation. The intensity of these raids revealed the strategic calculations of the Teutonic Order. They sought to provoke Lithuania into overextending, to create opportunities for decisive engagement on terms favorable to the knights. The Order assumed that Lithuania, weakened by its eastern losses, would be forced into defensive improvisation, opening avenues for attrition, siege warfare, and territorial gain. Yet Vytautas' reforms, his consolidation of command structures, and his integration of local militias into broader strategic planning ensured that Lithuania could absorb pressure while strengthening its core defenses. The state's resilience became increasingly apparent even in the face of repeated incursions. European observation during this period added another layer of complexity. The major courts of Central and Western Europe watched the Baltic tensions with a mixture of curiosity and self-interest. Diplomats reported on the growing capabilities of the Lithuanian state, the apparent miscalculations of the Teutonic Order, and the strategic potential of the Polish-Lithuanian Union. While some sought to intervene through papal mediation or formal arbitration, few were willing to commit substantial resources or troops. The conflict had become a theater in which the balance of regional power, rather than religious righteousness, drove attention. This international dimension added pressure to both Lithuania and the Order, with reputations, alliances, and future legitimacy at stake. Within Lithuania, preparations for confrontation were both military and administrative. Fortifications along the western frontier were repaired, garrisoned, and expanded. Supply depots were established to support prolonged campaigns. Vytautas reorganized the army, ensuring a reliable command hierarchy capable of responding rapidly to Teutonic movements. Cavalry units were trained to exploit local terrain, while infantry and archers were integrated into coordinated battle strategies. The Grand Duchy also expanded its intelligence network, employing scouts, informants, and local guides to monitor the movements of the Order and anticipate attacks. This comprehensive approach ensured that when open conflict became unavoidable, Lithuania would not be caught unprepared. The Polish alliance played a crucial role in this preparation. Coordination between Lithuanian and Polish forces allowed for strategic deployment along vulnerable regions, pooling of resources, and combined planning for offensive and defensive maneuvers. Polish nobles contributed contingents of knights and infantry, while Lithuanian forces brought local knowledge, mobility, and experience in forest and riverine warfare. This cooperation created a more formidable deterrent to the Teutonic Order, signaling that any campaign against Lithuania would no longer be an isolated endeavor, but a confrontation with a coordinated multi-state response. Diplomatic efforts continued alongside military preparations. Lithuania and Poland reached out to neighboring principalities, seeking to secure neutrality, alliances, or tribute that would reduce the risk of opportunistic attacks on the flanks. Vytautas engaged in negotiations with eastern neighbors to prevent additional conflicts that could distract from the Western threat. These efforts reflected a sophisticated understanding of multi-front strategy. Lithuania's leadership recognized that victory over the Order would not be achieved solely through battlefield engagement, but through careful orchestration of resources, alliances, and strategic positioning. As tensions reached a boiling point, the Baltic region became a stage for the unfolding drama of strategic preparation and political calculation. The Order's aggressive raids, combined with Lithuania's consolidation and Polish support, created a highly charged environment in which both sides were acutely aware of the stakes. Every incursion, diplomatic failure, and local engagement carried significance beyond its immediate impact, shaping perceptions, morale, and the strategic options available to leadership. This period laid the psychological and logistical groundwork for the coming Great War, setting the stage for a series of engagements that would test the endurance, cohesion, and ingenuity of both Lithuania and the Teutonic Order. The human cost of this escalation was felt across the western frontier. Villages endured repeated attacks, local economies were strained, and communities faced the uncertainty of impending war. Civilians played a vital role in supporting military campaigns, providing intelligence, supplies, and labor to fortify defenses. Their resilience contributed to Lithuania's overall capacity to withstand pressure, reinforcing the symbiotic relationship between state leadership and the broader population. The readiness of the Grand Duchy depended not only on formal armies, but on the engagement and loyalty of the people who inhabited the contested regions. By the end of this period, the stage for the Great War had been set. Lithuania was rebuilt, reorganized, and strengthened in response to past defeats. The Polish alliance offered additional support and legitimacy. The Teutonic Order had grown increasingly aggressive in its attempts to exploit perceived weaknesses, but it had also misjudged the resilience and preparation of the Grand Duchy. European attention added both pressure and context, making the conflict a test of leadership, strategy, and endurance that extended beyond the Baltic frontier. Every decision, every engagement, every diplomatic overture carried significance for the approaching confrontation. The road to the Great War was defined by anticipation, preparation, and a recognition of the stakes involved. Vytautas and Jogaila worked tirelessly to ensure that the Grand Duchy would enter the conflict with strength, cohesion, and strategic insight. The Teutonic Order, confident in its historical dominance, pressed forward with raids and intimidation, unaware that Lithuania had learned from past defeats and was poised to respond decisively. The coming years would determine not only the survival of the Grand Duchy, but also the balance of power in the Baltic for generations to come. The stage was set for one of the most defining chapters in the centuries-long struggle between Lithuania and the Teutonic Order. In 1409, the fragile tension along the western frontier erupted into open conflict. The Samogitians, long subjected to Teutonic control and pressured by ongoing crusading raids, rose in revolt. Their uprising was both spontaneous and deeply rooted in centuries of resentment. The people of Samogitia were warriors and farmers, forest dwellers and craftsmen who had long resisted external domination. Their revolt ignited the spark that would plunge the Baltic into the conflagration later remembered as the Great War. The Order, seeing an opportunity to reassert control, immediately framed the uprising as justification for full-scale war. They claimed a moral imperative, presenting themselves as defenders of Christianity against rebellious subjects and pagan holdovers, even as the Grand Duchy of Lithuania had embraced the faith decades earlier. The declaration of war by the Teutonic Order on the combined forces of Poland and Lithuania marked the escalation from localized skirmishes to a continental crisis. The Order marshaled its resources, drawing knights from across Europe. Noble contingents from the Holy Roman Empire, Scandinavia, and the Low Countries answered the call of crusade, eager for glory, land, or spiritual reward. Their army was disciplined, heavily armored and well-provisioned. Each knight carried not only a sword and lance, but also the ideological weight of the order, imbued with the certainty that they were engaged in a righteous struggle. The knights believed their cause to be just, yet they underestimated the adaptability, cohesion, and resolve of their adversaries. On the Lithuanian and Polish side, Vytautas and Jogaila coordinated strategy with urgency and precision. The uprising in Samogitia necessitated a response that balanced military effectiveness with political calculation. Vytautas moved swiftly to consolidate forces, uniting Lithuanian troops with Polish contingents under a coordinated command. Communication between the units relied on a mixture of messengers, prearranged signals, and intimate knowledge of terrain. The leadership understood that the Teutonic Order's strength lay in heavy cavalry, disciplined formations, and offensive initiative. To counter this, Vytautas emphasized mobility, forest warfare, ambushes, and the integration of local militias familiar with the terrain. The campaign demanded careful planning, rapid adaptation, and unflinching resolve. Early clashes tested both sides. Skirmishes along the frontier revealed the Order's reliance on traditional siege and cavalry tactics. Lithuanian and Polish forces responded with a combination of defensive fortifications, strategic withdrawal, and targeted strikes. Forested areas, rivers, and marshlands became critical assets, allowing the defenders to slow the advance of knights and force engagements on terms favorable to Lithuania and Poland. Each encounter was a study in contrast. The Order relied on discipline and brute force, while Vytautas and Jogaila employed strategy, local knowledge, and coordination across multiple units. These initial clashes set the tone for the larger campaign to come. The Samogitian uprising itself played a crucial strategic role. By resisting the Order's authority, Samogitia tied down substantial forces that could have otherwise been deployed against the central Lithuanian state. Local fighters, intimately familiar with the forests, rivers, and marshes, harassed supply lines, disrupted communication, and provided intelligence to Vytautas. Their actions transformed what might have been a localized rebellion into a strategic advantage for the Grand Duchy. The Samogitians' resistance demonstrated that popular support, when combined with military planning, could influence the outcome of campaigns even against a professional and ideologically motivated adversary. As the conflict expanded, both sides recognized the scale of the confrontation. The Teutonic Order sought a decisive engagement to break Polish-Lithuanian cohesion and secure Samogitia and the western frontier. They aimed to demonstrate military superiority, restore prestige after decades of stalemate, and reinforce their ideological claims. Lithuania and Poland, aware of the Order's intentions, prepared for both attritional warfare and decisive battle. The coordination between Vytautas and Jogaila ensured that forces could be concentrated when necessary, while maintaining defensive coverage across vulnerable regions. Every decision, every movement, was weighed against the potential consequences for the broader war. Marching toward full-scale engagement, the campaign became as much about psychology and perception as it was about troop movements. The Order projected confidence, presenting itself as the inevitable victor and invoking centuries of crusading authority. Lithuania and Poland cultivated resolve among their troops, emphasizing unity, past resilience, and the stakes of defending homeland and sovereignty. Civilians along the frontier reinforced fortifications, provided intelligence, and supplied provisions, contributing to the overall readiness of the Grand Duchy. The interplay of morale, local support, and strategic positioning became critical, ensuring that the coming battles would test every aspect of command, cohesion, and endurance. The Great War also highlighted the evolution of medieval warfare. Heavy cavalry, long the dominant force in European conflicts, was met with adaptive tactics by the Lithuanians and Poles. Forests, rivers, and marshes were transformed into defensive assets. Units were deployed to ambush, harass, and slow the enemy, neutralizing the advantage of armored knights in open terrain. Coordination between infantry, cavalry, and local militias allowed for flexibility and rapid response, demonstrating that the effectiveness of strategy depended on adaptability as much as on strength. Vytautas' leadership ensured that Lithuania could absorb the shock of aggressive offensives while maintaining the initiative when opportunities arose. Early engagements revealed both strengths and vulnerabilities. The Teutonic Order demonstrated organizational discipline, logistical competence, and the ability to project power deep into contested territories. Yet the Order's rigid reliance on traditional tactics and assumptions about Lithuanian weakness created openings for counter-strategy. Lithuania's resilience, strategic use of terrain, and coordination with Poland offered a counterbalance, demonstrating that even a smaller state, when well-organized and adaptive, could challenge a seemingly superior military force. These dynamics set the stage for confrontations that would escalate to historic proportions. The Great War's beginnings also drew attention beyond the Baltic. European observers, from the courts of Germany to the papacy in Rome, monitored the conflict closely. Knights, nobles, and chroniclers debated the legitimacy of the Teutonic campaigns, the courage and strategy of the Lithuanian leadership, and the unfolding consequences for regional power. Reports of Samogitian resistance, early Lithuanian-Polish coordination, and the resilience of frontier settlements circulated widely, shaping perceptions and influencing diplomatic calculations. The war, while local in geography, had become significant on a continental stage, drawing interest, concern, and commentary across Europe. By the conclusion of this initial phase, the Great War had transformed from localized rebellion into a full-scale confrontation that would define the course of the 129-year struggle. Lithuania and Poland were committed to coordinated resistance. The Teutonic Order, confident in its historical supremacy, pressed forward with aggressive strategies. The Samogitians continued to resist, providing a vital tactical advantage. Every movement of troops, every decision of leadership, and every engagement along the frontier contributed to the momentum building toward a climactic battle that would test the endurance, strategy, and courage of all participants. The conflict's opening phase demonstrated that centuries of preparation, consolidation, and adaptation by Lithuania had not been in vain. Vytautas' reforms, administrative foresight, and strategic vision allowed the Grand Duchy to meet the order with determination and organization. The Polish alliance provided additional strength and legitimacy. Local populations contributed vital support. Together, these elements ensured that the Great War would not be a simple repeat of previous raids or skirmishes, but a struggle of unprecedented scale, consequence, and historical significance. As armies marched, borders trembled, and the anticipation of decisive confrontation grew, Europe watched a war unfold that was about more than territory or ideology. It was a struggle of resilience against aggression, of strategy against tradition, and of a state determined to endure against centuries of external pressure. The stage was set for the next phase, when the campaigns would converge into battles of historic magnitude, shaping the destiny of Lithuania, Poland, and the Teutonic Order for generations to come. The summer of 1410 brought the culmination of decades of conflict, preparation, and tension. The forces of Poland and Lithuania, united under Jogaila as King of Poland and Vytautas as Grand Duke of Lithuania, confronted the Teutonic Order on the fields near Grunwald, a place destined to be etched into history. The armies assembled with meticulous care, each side bringing together knights, infantry, archers, and auxiliaries from across their realms. The Polish-Lithuanian army numbered tens of thousands, combining heavy cavalry, disciplined infantry, and contingents familiar with the forests, rivers, and marshlands that had shaped Lithuanian warfare. Vytautas commanded the Lithuanian forces, utilizing his experience in forest and riverine campaigns, while Jogaila led the Polish contingents, his presence both a strategic and symbolic assertion of unity and authority. The Teutonic Order brought to the field one of the most formidable crusading armies in Europe. Knights in full armor, seasoned veterans of decades of campaigns, stood alongside sergeants, mercenaries, and auxiliaries drawn from German principalities and beyond. Ulrich von Jungingen, the Grand Master, personally commanded his forces, seeking to deliver a decisive blow that would reassert the Order's dominance over Samogitia, Lithuania, and the contested borderlands. Confidence radiated among the knights. They believed their superior discipline, training, and ideological justification for the crusade would ensure victory. Yet confidence can breed rigidity, and the Order's assumptions about terrain, morale, and enemy cohesion would soon be tested. The battle began with probing maneuvers, feints, and the testing of lines. The Teutonic heavy cavalry sought to engage quickly, using shock tactics to disrupt the formations of the Lithuanian and Polish armies. Vytautas countered with calculated retreats, drawing enemy forces into positions where terrain and concentrated counterattacks could be decisive. The Polish-Lithuanian army, aware of the stakes, maintained cohesion under pressure, employing a combination of missile troops to weaken advancing cavalry and infantry formations to hold critical positions. Early exchanges of arrows, lances, and hand-to-hand combat set the stage for a confrontation that would last many hours and test the endurance of both men and animals. As the day progressed, Vytautas and Jogaila coordinated movements that would prove critical to the battle's outcome. Lithuanian cavalry, agile and familiar with forested and uneven terrain, executed flanking maneuvers that targeted the exposed sides of the Teutonic formations. Polish heavy cavalry struck at the center, forcing knights to commit fully to engagements where mobility was limited. Coordination between infantry, archers, and cavalry created layers of defense and attack, neutralizing the advantage of the Teutonic heavy cavalry. This orchestration of forces reflected decades of military reform, experience, and adaptive leadership. The collapse of the Teutonic lines came gradually but inexorably. Miscommunications, overextension, and relentless pressure from coordinated Polish-Lithuanian attacks created gaps in the knights' formation. Units that had advanced aggressively found themselves isolated and surrounded. Vytautas' ability to adapt in real time, to exploit weaknesses in terrain and enemy disposition, played a decisive role. The Lithuanian forces, emboldened by momentum and the promise of liberation for Samogitia, pressed forward with discipline and determination. The tide turned decisively as cavalry and infantry worked in concert, forcing the Teutonic forces into a defensive posture from which recovery was increasingly unlikely. The death of Grand Master Ulrich von Jungingen marked the climax of the battle. Whether struck in the initial assaults or overwhelmed during the collapse of his lines, his death symbolized the unraveling of the Teutonic command structure. With the Grand Master gone, coordination faltered, morale plummeted, and units began to retreat in disarray. Knights who had been steadfast under centuries of tradition now faced a battlefield transformed by strategy, adaptability, and the sheer scale of opposition. The collapse was total, retreats became routes, and the once feared military machine of the Teutonic Order lay broken before the advancing Polish-Lithuanian forces. The human dimension of the victory was profound. Casualties were immense on both sides, yet the triumph delivered a psychological blow that extended far beyond the battlefield. Samogitian villages celebrated liberation. Lithuanian and Polish soldiers felt the validation of their years of preparation, resilience, and strategic adaptation. Leaders demonstrated that even against the most formidable of foes, effective coordination, unity of purpose, and adaptability could achieve what many had considered impossible. Vytautas and Jogaila's leadership, balancing strategic foresight with battlefield execution, became an enduring example of medieval military genius. The reaction across Europe was immediate and reverberating. Nobles, chroniclers, and kings who had once viewed the Teutonic Order as unassailable were forced to reconsider. Reports of the Grand Master's death, the collapse of the Order's forces, and the scale of the Polish-Lithuanian victory spread quickly. Some celebrated Lithuania's resilience and Poland's growing influence. Others pondered the implications for crusading ideology, questioning the effectiveness of religious justification in a war increasingly defined by politics, strategy, and statecraft. The shockwaves extended from the Baltic to the courts of Central and Western Europe, challenging assumptions and inspiring new discourse about power, morality, and military conduct. The victory at Grunwald did not mark the end of conflict, but it decisively shifted momentum. Lithuania and Poland emerged as regional powers, their cohesion and leadership validated. The Teutonic Order, though not annihilated, was weakened politically, militarily, and psychologically. Its ability to mount future campaigns against Lithuania and Poland was constrained by losses in manpower, morale, and the symbolic authority of the Grand Master. The battlefield had demonstrated that centuries of preparation, adaptation, and alliance building could overcome even the most formidable of adversaries. The battle also underscored the interplay of strategy, leadership, and circumstance in medieval warfare. Terrain, unit coordination, morale, and intelligence all played critical roles in determining the outcome. The Lithuanian and Polish forces had leveraged centuries of experience on the frontier, knowledge of the terrain, and integrated command structures to counteract the traditional strengths of the Teutonic Knights. Every movement, every feigned retreat, and every flanking maneuver contributed to the collapse of a force once considered invincible. Victory was not the result of brute force alone, but of careful orchestration, adaptability, and the alignment of political and military strategy. In the aftermath, Europe debated the significance of the battle. Chroniclers emphasized the bravery of Lithuanian and Polish troops, the genius of Vytautas' leadership, and the unexpected nature of the victory. The battle became emblematic of the capacity for smaller states, when united and strategically adept, to overcome seemingly insurmountable opposition. For Lithuania, it was the pinnacle of centuries-long resistance, a demonstration that the state could not only survive, but decisively defeat one of Europe's most feared military orders. For the Teutonic Order, it marked the beginning of a long decline, a shift in perception, and the necessity of reassessment. As historians would later note, the Battle of Grunwald became a turning point not only for the immediate conflict, but for the broader trajectory of the Baltic region. It altered the balance of power, influenced diplomatic relations, and transformed the strategic calculus of neighboring states. The Grand Duchy of Lithuania, now strengthened in both prestige and military capability, entered a new phase in its history, ready to consolidate gains, fortify borders, and navigate the complex political landscape of 15th century Europe. The triumph at Grunwald was a testament to resilience, preparation, and the enduring power of leadership aligned with strategy and purpose. In the years following the Peace of Thorn, the Teutonic Order faced challenges that extended far beyond the battlefield. Victory had eluded them at Marienburg, and the symbolic weight of defeat at Grunwald lingered like a shadow over the organization. The financial foundation that had supported centuries of campaigns began to crumble under the pressure of reparations, maintenance of castles, and the costs of previous war efforts. Revenues from lands in Prussia, previously sufficient to fund crusades and fortifications, now strained under the weight of tribute obligations imposed by the peace treaty. To compensate, the order levied higher taxes on towns, villages, and trade, creating a cascade of discontent among populations who had long endured conscription, forced labor, and the unpredictability of military raids. The economic strain produced internal unrest that compounded military weakness. Revolts emerged in towns and rural communities, often led by merchants, guild leaders, or local nobles, who resented both the financial burden and the loss of prestige associated with recent defeats. The order, accustomed to wielding authority through intimidation and coercion, found its administrative structures increasingly fragile. Enforcement required significant resources, diverting attention from external defense and limiting the capacity to rebuild the army to its former strength. Internal discord slowed decision-making and created opportunities for Lithuania and Poland to consolidate power and extend influence into previously contested regions. Military decline accompanied financial and social instability. Recruitment from European nobility declined as the perceived prestige and moral justification of crusading diminished. Veteran knights who had survived Grunwald were aging, and attrition through disease, combat, and desertion further weakened available forces. Training of new recruits was constrained by both financial and social factors, leaving the order with a shrinking pool of disciplined, experienced warriors. Castles remained formidable in appearance, but were increasingly undermanned, with garrisons often stretched thin across multiple fortifications. The Order's traditional strength in heavy cavalry and disciplined formations became difficult to maintain under these conditions, eroding both defensive and offensive capabilities. Meanwhile, Lithuania stabilized after decades of external pressure and internal strife. Vytautas continued reforms that strengthened administration, reinforced borders, and integrated formerly semi-autonomous regions into the Grand Duchy. Fortifications were improved, and standing forces maintained readiness for both defense and selective campaigns to secure influence over neighboring territories. Diplomatic engagement with Poland remained robust, ensuring a unified front against any Teutonic resurgence. The consolidation of political, military, and economic power allowed Lithuania not only to recover from earlier setbacks, but to expand strategically, reinforcing its status as a major regional actor. Poland, too, leveraged the aftermath of the Great War to assert dominance in the region. Jogaila and his successors utilized alliances, marriage, and diplomacy to enhance political influence while supporting Lithuania militarily and administratively. The union of Poland and Lithuania demonstrated the advantages of coordination, resource sharing, and strategic vision. Polish leadership encouraged the stabilization of borders, the promotion of trade, and the development of administrative systems that ensured continuity and resilience across generations. The contrast between Polish-Lithuanian consolidation and Teutonic disarray highlighted the shifting balance of power in the Baltic, signaling the end of the Order's unquestioned authority. The internal rot of the Teutonic Order was not only structural, but cultural. Confidence in divine protection, which had long underpinned the crusading ethos, was shaken by repeated defeats and the inability to enforce authority even within Prussian lands. Chroniclers of the period noted discontent, dissent, and a growing sense of vulnerability among both knights and administrators. Orders that had once been motivated by a clear moral and religious purpose now faced questions about legitimacy, priorities, and the feasibility of sustaining power. The combination of financial collapse, military attrition, and social unrest created a feedback loop that weakened the institution further with each passing year. As the Order struggled internally, Lithuania and Poland capitalized on opportunities for strategic expansion. Border territories previously contested or under tenuous Teutonic influence were gradually absorbed into the Grand Duchy. Diplomatic outreach to neighboring principalities, some of which had previously sided with the Order, strengthened alliances and expanded influence. Military operations were selective, targeted, and informed by the lessons of previous decades, avoiding unnecessary risk while consolidating gains. The strategic patience and disciplined leadership demonstrated the enduring value of experience, foresight, and cohesion in statecraft. Urban centers in Prussia, once sources of wealth and recruitment for the order, experienced tension between loyalty to the knights and resentment over fiscal and military burdens. Rising taxes, conscription, and obligations to supply garrisons created friction that fueled revolts, undermining the administrative control necessary to maintain order. Merchants and artisans, critical to the economic vitality of towns, expressed their discontent through strikes, tax resistance, or direct action, further limiting the order's capacity to respond effectively. Even loyal communities were forced to navigate the delicate balance between obligation and survival, revealing the vulnerability of a military state heavily dependent on coercion rather than voluntary support. Lithuania's internal cohesion allowed it to exploit these weaknesses. Administrative reforms, strengthened fortifications, and disciplined forces enabled the Grand Duchy to project power selectively, deter Teutonic raids, and support allied initiatives in the region. Vytautas' leadership emphasized resilience and long-term planning, ensuring that the state could absorb losses, rebuild, and maintain strategic initiative. Poland, as a senior partner in the Union, provided political legitimacy, additional military support, and diplomatic channels that further isolated the order. Together, Lithuania and Poland represented a coordinated and adaptive response to the decline of their adversary. The broader consequences of continued conflict and internal rot were significant for the Baltic region. The Teutonic Order, once a symbol of crusading power and military authority, was transitioning into an institution struggling to sustain relevance. Repeated failures eroded not only military capacity, but the ideological legitimacy that had justified conquest and taxation for over a century. Lithuania and Poland, by contrast, demonstrated the effectiveness of unity, strategic foresight, and the integration of diverse political, military, and economic systems. The contrast between decline and consolidation defined the regional balance of power, shaping diplomacy, trade, and warfare for decades to come. Despite the order's weakening, the threat was not entirely extinguished. Fortresses remained, residual forces persisted, and ideological commitments to crusading remained present among some knights and European supporters. Periodic raids, skirmishes, and political maneuvering continued to create tension along the western frontier. Lithuania and Poland remained vigilant, balancing expansion, defense, and diplomacy in a manner informed by the experience of previous generations. The challenge of managing a declining adversary required both patience and strategic clarity, ensuring that the Grand Duchy could maintain momentum without overextending. The long-term effects of this period were profound. The financial and social collapse of the Teutonic Order set the stage for permanent decline, limiting future campaigns and reducing the institution's influence. Internal revolts, attrition, and administrative weaknesses eroded authority from within, while Lithuania and Poland stabilized and expanded, demonstrating the strategic advantages of unity, foresight, and adaptable governance. The dynamics established during these years would continue to define the Baltic political landscape, influencing warfare, diplomacy, and regional power structures well into the 15th century. The contrast between the struggling order and the ascending Polish-Lithuanian Union offered enduring lessons about the interplay of military strength, financial stability, governance, and legitimacy. The decline of a once dominant military power illustrated that battlefield success alone was insufficient without sustained administrative capacity, internal cohesion, and strategic adaptability. Lithuania and Poland's consolidation highlighted the importance of long-term planning, coordinated leadership, and integration of political, military, and economic systems to secure both survival and influence. By the end of this period, it was clear that the Teutonic Order's era of dominance had passed. The organization remained a presence on the map, but its capacity to project power, inspire loyalty, or achieve decisive victories had been severely curtailed. Lithuania and Poland, in contrast, had emerged as stable, capable, and ambitious states, poised to shape the course of Baltic politics and safeguard their sovereignty. The balance of power had shifted, and the trajectory of the region was increasingly determined by the initiatives and foresight of the Grand Duchy and its allies, rather than the ambitions of a declining military order. Following the decisive victory at Grunwald, the Polish-Lithuanian forces pressed their advantage toward Marienburg, the heavily fortified seat of the Teutonic Order. The castle loomed as both a physical and symbolic bastion of Teutonic power, its walls a testament to centuries of military engineering and strategic foresight. The Grand Master's forces had retreated within, regrouping and preparing for a siege that defenders and attackers alike knew could decide the ultimate trajectory of the conflict. Vytautas and Jogaila committed to the operation with the belief that capturing Marienburg would deliver the final blow, ending the Order's centuries-long campaign against Lithuania and securing lasting security for the western frontier. The siege began with the hope of rapid success, but quickly encountered formidable resistance. The defenders employed every means at their disposal, from archers raining arrows on advancing troops to the use of boiling liquids and projectiles to disrupt siege engines and scaling attempts. Marienburg's walls were both thick and high, its gates reinforced, and the garrison highly disciplined. Years of preparation and experience in defending against crusading assaults had honed the Order's defensive techniques. Despite numerical superiority and the momentum of victory, the Polish-Lithuanian forces found themselves bogged down. The siege tested leadership, patience, and endurance, revealing that strategic victories on the open battlefield did not always translate into immediate territorial conquest. Attempts to breach the walls proved costly. Engineers constructed siege engines, battering rams, and scaling apparatus. Yet each assault met with resistance that slowed progress and inflicted casualties. Supply lines were stretched, morale fluctuated, and disease became an additional hazard as troops camped outside the fortress for weeks. Vytautas and Jogaila demonstrated adaptability and strategic prudence, attempting encirclement, psychological pressure, and negotiation alongside direct assault. Despite their efforts, the defenders' resilience held. Marienburg was not merely stone and timber, but a symbol of Teutonic endurance, leadership, and strategic depth. The inability to capture Marienburg brought a sobering realization to the Polish-Lithuanian command. The Teutonic Order, though battered and demoralized by Grunwald, retained enough strength to resist the siege and maintain cohesion within its walls. The Order's internal crisis following the battle was significant. Losses at Grunwald, combined with the death of Grandmaster Ulrich von Jungingen, had shaken confidence and disrupted command structures. However, the defenders at Marienburg demonstrated that the institution's administrative and military systems were resilient, capable of holding against a superior combined force. The siege, rather than concluding the conflict, underscored the enduring challenges of medieval warfare, where fortifications could neutralize battlefield victories. Diplomatic pressure emerged as a complementary path toward resolution. European powers, while largely spectators, encouraged negotiation to prevent further destabilization in the Baltic region. The Pope and neighboring rulers advocated for a settlement, framing the continuation of the war as both costly and potentially destabilizing for broader Christendom. Vytautas and Jogaila, recognizing the practical limits of military action against a fortified Marienburg, and the necessity of consolidating gains elsewhere, engaged in talks that would culminate in the Peace of Thorn in 1411. The treaty was a compromise that reflected the realities on the ground. Lithuania retained territory and prestige, Poland secured political leverage, and the Teutonic Order preserved the remainder of its core holdings despite humiliation at Grunwald. The Peace of Thorn, while officially ending the Great War, did not resolve the fundamental tensions that had fueled conflict for over a century. Samogitia remained a contentious region. The Teutonic Order nursed grievances over lost authority and prestige, and the underlying competition for regional dominance continued. The treaty imposed reparations and territorial concessions, yet it did not dismantle the Order's capacity for warfare or eliminate ambitions against Lithuania and Poland. In many ways, the peace served as a temporary pause, allowing both sides to regroup, consolidate, and reflect on the lessons of the war. The aftermath of the Great War also highlighted the irreversible decline of the Teutonic Order. Grunwald had shattered the perception of invincibility that had defined the order for over a century. Recruitment from European nobility became more difficult as the allure of crusading glory diminished. Financial strains, the loss of manpower, and the reputational blow weakened the Order's ability to project power effectively. While Marienburg remained under Teutonic control, the psychological impact of successive defeats marked a turning point. The institution that had once dominated the Baltic frontier now faced challenges that would never fully be overcome. Its decline was not immediate, but the trajectory was unmistakable. For Lithuania, the aftermath of the siege and peace offered an opportunity for consolidation. Vytautas strengthened administrative systems, reinforced borders, and invested in fortifications and infrastructure that would support long-term stability. The Grand Duchy emerged not only with enhanced prestige, but with practical lessons about coordination, strategy, and the interplay of diplomacy and military action. Poland, equally, benefited from the union and the demonstration of military effectiveness, solidifying the alliance that would shape the politics of Eastern Europe for decades. The human cost of the Great War, while often summarized in battles and sieges, was pervasive. Civilians along the frontier endured raids, conscription, and resource requisitioning. Soldiers, many of whom were drawn from peasant backgrounds, faced the brutality of prolonged campaigns, disease, and attrition. Yet within this cost lay resilience and adaptation. Communities rebuilt, leaders learned from mistakes, and the capacity of both Lithuania and Poland to recover and strengthen underscored a pattern that would define the region for the remainder of the 15th century. In the broader European context, the war and its aftermath redefined perceptions of power in the Baltic. The Teutonic Order's decline signaled a shift in regional dominance, demonstrating that ideological justification alone could not sustain military supremacy. Lithuania and Poland, through a combination of strategic acumen, alliance, and adaptability, had emerged as formidable actors capable of shaping the trajectory of conflict and politics. The Peace of Thorn was a formal acknowledgement of these changes, yet it also left unresolved questions that would continue to influence diplomacy, territorial disputes, and military planning. The Siege of Marienburg and the treaty that followed exemplified the complexity of medieval warfare and statecraft. Victory on the battlefield did not automatically translate into territorial conquest, and diplomacy remained an essential tool for consolidating gains. The interplay between military action, political negotiation, and the human dimension of conflict defined this period. Both sides emerged with lessons learned, though the balance of power had shifted decisively. Lithuania and Poland had demonstrated resilience and strategic sophistication, while the Teutonic Order faced the reality of irreversible decline. This phase of the conflict illustrated that centuries-long struggles were defined not only by major battles, but by the nuanced combination of leadership, strategy, resilience, and diplomacy. The Great War had been a culmination of preparation, adaptation, and long-term vision, and its aftermath set the stage for the next century of regional politics. The decline of the Order, the consolidation of Lithuanian and Polish strength, and the unresolved tensions over Samogitia and borderlands would influence the trajectory of the Baltic for generations. The Peace of Thorn marked an end of hostilities, but not the end of ambition, rivalry, or strategic calculation in the region. The years following the Great War and the Peace of Thorn revealed that the Teutonic Order's challenges extended far beyond the battlefield. While its defeat at Grunwald had exposed vulnerabilities, it was in the realm of internal politics and external diplomacy that the Order faced its most profound crises. Leadership instability emerged as the Order struggled to replace Grand Master Ulrich von Jungingen with figures capable of restoring authority, morale, and strategic coherence. Factions within the Order vied for influence, each proposing differing approaches to governance, military campaigns, and relations with Poland and Lithuania. These power struggles created friction at a time when unity was critical, weakening the institution's capacity to respond to both internal and external pressures. The selection of new Grand Masters became a politically charged process. Candidates were judged not only on military skill but also on diplomatic acumen, financial management, and the ability to maintain the loyalty of knights and administrators. Disputes over succession led to temporary vacancies in leadership and at times conflicting directives from different offices within the Order. The resulting ambiguity hindered coordination of garrisons, fortifications, and campaign planning. Knights accustomed to following clear command now faced uncertainty, which undermined morale and contributed to cautious or indecisive action. Internal debates over strategy and ideology exposed rifts between traditionalists, who emphasized crusading zeal, and pragmatists, who recognized the limitations of diminished resources and manpower. Meanwhile, the Order's international support began to wane. Crusading fervor, which had once drawn knights, funding, and political backing from across Europe, diminished as the Order's failures became widely known. Monarchs, nobles, and papal authorities grew less willing to commit resources to what increasingly appeared as a declining institution. Financial support from Germany, Scandinavia, and other regions of Western Europe became inconsistent, leaving the Order reliant on local revenues that were increasingly insufficient. Appeals for aid often collided with political realities elsewhere, as rulers prioritized defense of their own territories or engaged in other conflicts. The ideological justification for the Baltic Crusades, once compelling, was now questioned in the courts and councils of Europe. Prussian cities, which had long been subordinate to the Order, began to assert greater autonomy. Merchants and urban populations, burdened by high taxes, conscription, and economic disruption, sought to resist the Order's authority. Some towns negotiated for reduced obligations, while others openly revolted, demonstrating that the Order's power rested not solely on military might, but on cooperation from local communities. These revolts highlighted the fragility of control over territories that had been acquired through conquest and maintained through coercion. The economic vitality of Prussia, critical for funding campaigns and maintaining fortifications, was increasingly threatened by discontent within the very regions that had once supplied strength. As internal crises mounted, Poland and Lithuania steadily increased their influence across the region. The Union demonstrated cohesion, discipline, and strategic foresight, contrasting sharply with the disorder within the Order. Lithuanian fortifications were reinforced, administrative reforms strengthened governance, and alliances expanded influence beyond the core territories. Poland leveraged political authority, financial support, and diplomatic channels to assert regional dominance. Together, the Polish-Lithuanian Union capitalized on the Order's vulnerabilities, extending influence into contested borderlands and consolidating control over key economic and strategic centers. The combination of leadership instability, loss of support, urban unrest, and the strategic advance of Poland-Lithuania created a crisis of legitimacy for the Teutonic Order. Knights and administrators who had once perceived their authority as divinely sanctioned now confronted the reality of political fragmentation, declining resources, and the growing power of adversaries. Decisions that might once have been straightforward now involved negotiation, compromise, and delicate management of competing interests. The Order's capacity to wage war effectively, enforce taxation, and maintain internal cohesion was increasingly constrained. The effects of these political crises extended to military operations. The Order could no longer field forces comparable in size, training, or morale to those of Poland-Lithuania. Campaigns became defensive and reactive, focused on protecting key fortresses rather than projecting power. Knights, sensing the diminishing prestige of their institution, were less inclined to commit to risky or prolonged operations. Recruitment from Europe, previously a cornerstone of the Order's military capacity, declined, leaving younger generations less experienced and less motivated. Fortresses that had once dominated the landscape now relied on garrisons that were stretched thin and vulnerable to coordinated attacks or insurgent activity. Economic and social tensions compounded the Order's political instability. Rising taxation and levies to fund military efforts provoked resentment among peasants, merchants, and urban elites. Trade was disrupted by conflicts and border instability, reducing revenue and undermining confidence in the Order's ability to govern effectively. Revolts and petitions for autonomy demonstrated that Prussian cities were no longer passive instruments of the Order, but active participants in shaping regional politics. The erosion of local compliance further weakened the Order's capacity to marshal resources and enforce authority. Poland-Lithuania's growing influence was not solely military. Diplomacy, marriage alliances, and economic networks extended their reach and reinforced regional stability. By contrast, the Teutonic Order's internal disputes and declining prestige limited its ability to influence external actors or secure favorable alliances. European rulers increasingly recognized the rising power of the Polish-Lithuanian Union and adapted policies accordingly, further isolating the Order. The balance of power shifted decisively as the Order's authority was challenged on multiple fronts simultaneously: military, economic, political, and ideological. The consequences of the Order's political crises were far-reaching. They marked a transition from an institution capable of projecting power across the Baltic to one increasingly preoccupied with internal survival. The combination of weakened leadership, diminishing support, urban dissent, and external pressure created conditions in which the decline of the Order became inevitable. Lithuania and Poland emerged as strategic beneficiaries, consolidating gains, stabilizing borders, and projecting authority into contested regions. The Order's legacy as a dominant military and ideological force in the Baltic was undermined, replaced by a trajectory of decline that would persist for generations. The crises also reshaped the perception of authority in the region. Knights who had once represented an unassailable military and moral power now confronted the fragility of institutions built on coercion and ideology alone. Communities, towns, and regional powers recognized the potential to assert autonomy, influence policy, and challenge previously unquestioned authority. The decline of the Teutonic Order's centralized control encouraged a more dynamic political landscape in the Baltic, allowing emerging states to define their own destinies and resist the imposition of external authority. By the middle of the 15th century, the Teutonic Order's political crises had transformed the nature of the Baltic frontier. The organization, once the embodiment of crusading ambition, now faced the combined effects of internal division, economic strain, declining recruitment, and the strategic ascendance of Poland-Lithuania. While the order continued to exist and maintain territorial holdings, its capacity to influence the trajectory of regional politics or wage decisive wars had been permanently curtailed. The lessons of this period emphasized the interplay between governance, military capability, financial stability, and legitimacy in sustaining long-term institutional power. The decline in international support underscored a broader reality. Ideology alone could not sustain an institution once resources, leadership, and domestic stability were compromised. European powers, preoccupied with conflicts elsewhere and aware of the order's waning prestige, were hesitant to commit forces or funds. The order's moral authority as a crusading entity was questioned, reducing the influx of foreign knights and financial aid. Its internal divisions were increasingly visible to external observers, further undermining credibility. Meanwhile, Poland and Lithuania leveraged the perception of competence, stability, and strategic coherence to consolidate influence and expand their regional presence. The rising influence of Prussian cities highlighted the transformation of power dynamics within the order's territories. Merchants, artisans, and local nobility demonstrated the capacity to negotiate, resist, and challenge authority, revealing that urban and economic power could rival military hierarchy. This shift was emblematic of the broader decline in feudal and militarized authority, where traditional structures faced increasing pressure from social, economic, and political realities. The contrast between internal fragility and external assertiveness of neighbors underscored the changing balance of power in the Baltic region. The cumulative effect of political crises, declining support, urban unrest, and the ascendancy of Lithuania and Poland signaled a fundamental transformation of the Baltic political landscape. The Teutonic Order, long synonymous with power, discipline, and crusading zeal, now struggled to maintain authority, defend territory, and preserve prestige. Lithuania and Poland, by contrast, emerged as cohesive, capable, and increasingly influential states, demonstrating the enduring importance of strategic unity, adaptability, and integrated governance. The trajectory of decline was clear, and the order's capacity to alter it was limited. The political crises of the Teutonic Order thus marked a defining moment in Baltic history. Leadership instability, diminishing resources, urban revolts, and the growing influence of Poland-Lithuania ensured that the order would no longer dictate the political, military, or ideological agenda in the region. The balance of power had shifted decisively, and the lessons of this period would reverberate through subsequent decades, shaping diplomacy, military strategy, and the rise of emergent powers in the Baltic. By the middle of the 15th century, the Teutonic Order had become a shadow of its former self. Its political crises and military decline had weakened its authority across Prussia, creating conditions ripe for rebellion. The cities and towns of the region, long resentful of heavy taxation, forced labor, and the order's monopolistic control of trade, found an opportunity to assert themselves. In 1454, representatives of Prussia's cities and nobility formed the Prussian Confederation, a coalition aimed at resisting the Teutonic Order's authority. They appealed to the King of Poland for support, framing their cause as a fight for freedom, economic fairness, and alignment with a rising regional power. Poland responded decisively, seeing an opportunity to expand influence, support allies, and diminish the order's already waning power. The decision to intervene marked a turning point, signaling that the order no longer controlled its destiny. Polish forces, coordinated with the Confederation, launched campaigns to wrest control of key towns and fortresses. The order, struggling to field sufficient forces and hampered by internal weakness, found itself reacting defensively. The traditional image of Teutonic invincibility was shattered, replaced by the grim reality of a militarized state unable to enforce authority over its own lands. The conflict quickly escalated into what became known as the 13 Years' War. Fighting spanned towns, castles, and the countryside. The order relied on its fortifications, but these alone could not compensate for a lack of manpower, experienced knights, and logistical capacity. Rebellions within urban centers, combined with coordinated military action from Poland, destabilized the order's hold on Prussia. Merchants, artisans, and peasants actively resisted, sabotaged supply lines, and provided intelligence to Polish-Lithuanian forces. The war became as much a struggle for hearts and minds as it was for territory, highlighting the importance of popular support in medieval conflict. Over the course of the war, the Teutonic Order's territorial control steadily eroded. Towns once considered secure under the Order's rule shifted allegiance to Poland or declared autonomy. Strategic fortresses fell after prolonged sieges or through negotiated surrender, often facilitated by sympathetic local populations. The Order attempted to mount counter-offensives, but the combination of internal weakness, declining recruitment, and logistical challenges meant that these efforts were largely reactive and limited in scope. The military campaigns, while occasionally demonstrating tactical skill, could not reverse the strategic decline. The prolonged nature of the conflict highlighted the limitations of the Order's medieval military model. Heavy cavalry and fortified castles, once sufficient to dominate the Baltic frontier, were increasingly countered by coordinated infantry, artillery, and urban resistance. Polish forces, reinforced by the Confederation, employed combined strategies of siege, field engagement, and diplomatic leverage, demonstrating a more modern approach to protracted conflict. The traditional reliance on crusading ideology, European reinforcements, and martial prestige no longer sufficed in a war shaped by both local and regional politics. After 13 years of sustained struggle, the war concluded with the Second Peace of Thorn in 1466. The treaty formalized the collapse of the Order ES territorial control and transformed its political status. Western Prussia, including key towns and trading centers, was incorporated into the Polish crown, while the remainder of the Order's holdings were reduced and subordinated to vassalage. The Teutonic Order, once a dominant and independent military state, became a vassal of Poland, obligated to recognize the authority of the Polish king, pay homage, and cede strategic territory. This marked the final stage in the centuries-long decline initiated by earlier defeats, internal crises, and shifting regional power dynamics. The consequences of the Second Peace of Thorn were profound. The Order retained a nominal identity and control over a fraction of its former lands, but lacked the autonomy and resources necessary to influence regional politics independently. Its ability to conduct military campaigns, collect revenue, and project authority was permanently curtailed. The transformation into a vassal state illustrated the culmination of political, economic, and military decline that had begun over a century earlier. The Order's influence in the Baltic had been eclipsed, signaling a decisive shift in the balance of power. For Poland and Lithuania, the outcome reinforced the strategic advantages of unity, long-term planning, and political cohesion. Poland's intervention supported the Prussian cities, secured new territories, and diminished the threat of Teutonic resurgence. Lithuania, while not directly engaged in all aspects of the conflict, benefited from the weakening of a historical adversary and the stabilization of the western frontier. The consolidation of power in the hands of Poland and Lithuania reshaped the Baltic political landscape, establishing a new regional order in which former dominators became subordinate and emerging powers defined the terms of authority. The 13 Years' War also reflected broader trends in medieval European politics. institutions built on conquest and crusading ideology were increasingly challenged by economic networks, urban autonomy, and strategic alliances. Popular resistance, urban influence, and diplomatic intervention demonstrated that power was no longer determined solely by knights, fortresses, or religious justification. The integration of political, military, and economic strategies by Poland and its allies illustrated a more sophisticated approach to statecraft, one capable of adapting to changing conditions and exploiting the vulnerabilities of traditional military orders. The human dimension of the conflict was significant. Civilians experienced the hardships of prolonged campaigns, including requisitioning, displacement, and destruction of property. Soldiers endured attrition, disease, and exhaustion as the war dragged on over more than a decade. Yet, resilience and adaptability shaped outcomes. Urban populations exercised agency through rebellion, negotiation, and alignment with victorious powers. Polish and Lithuanian forces demonstrated endurance, strategy, and effective coordination. The interplay between leadership, local populations, and military organization underscored the evolving nature of warfare in the Baltic region. The collapse of the Teutonic Order's authority and the subsequent vassalage to Poland marked a turning point in the 129-year struggle between the Order and Lithuania. The conflicts that had begun with raids, crusading ideology, and border skirmishes evolved over centuries into political, military, and social transformations that reshaped the entire region. The Order's decline, while gradual, became undeniable, leaving a legacy defined by both historical achievements and ultimate failure to maintain dominance. The union of Poland and Lithuania emerged as the enduring beneficiary, demonstrating the capacity to adapt, consolidate, and assert authority in ways that the Order could not. The second peace of Thorn formalized the decline, but did not erase the legacy of conflict. Centuries of warfare, cultural clashes, and ideological struggle had left a profound impact on both societies. Lithuania had transitioned from a last pagan bastion to a fully Christianized state, integrated into European political systems. Poland had expanded influence and solidified alliances. The Teutonic Order, though diminished, continued to exist as a political entity, serving as a reminder of the interplay between ambition, ideology, and strategic adaptation in the medieval Baltic. The 13 Years' War thus represents both an end and a beginning. It ended the Order's ability to dominate the Baltic independently and began a new era in which Poland and Lithuania shaped the region's political, military, and economic trajectory. The transformation of Prussia from a militarized state to a vassal region underscored the permanence of this shift, while the resilience of Lithuania and Poland highlighted the enduring value of unity, foresight, and strategic patience in medieval statecraft. The long-term consequences of the war would continue to influence diplomacy, military organization, and regional politics for generations. The 16th century brought forces of change that would finally conclude the centuries-long story of the Teutonic Order as a sovereign military power. Political, religious, and social pressures converged on a state already weakened by long-term decline. The landscape of Europe itself was transforming. The Renaissance had reshaped intellectual life and governance, while the Protestant Reformation challenged the spiritual authority that had justified crusading campaigns. For the Teutonic Order, these broader European shifts were not abstract trends, but existential threats. The once powerful order faced internal and external pressures simultaneously. Internally, financial strain, limited recruitment, and the administrative demands of maintaining castles and garrisons had long eroded the institution's capacity for independent action. Externally, Poland, now firmly in control of large swathes of Prussia, exerted influence that left the order increasingly subordinate. Relations with European monarchs and the papacy became more complex as the ideological justification for crusades in the Baltic waned. Knights and administrators confronted the reality that their once dominant role in shaping Northern Europe was rapidly diminishing. Religious transformation accelerated the order's decline. Protestant ideas spread throughout Northern Europe, questioning the authority of the Catholic Church and emphasizing the direct relationship of individuals to God. In Prussia, these ideas gained traction among both urban populations and segments of the nobility. The ideological foundation of the Teutonic Order, rooted in defending and expanding Christendom, was increasingly at odds with the changing religious landscape. Popular support for crusading ideals diminished, and recruitment from Europe slowed further. The Order's claim to moral and spiritual authority was undermined, leaving it vulnerable to political maneuvering and ideological isolation. Grandmaster Albert of Brandenburg-Ansbach emerged as a decisive figure in the final chapter of the Order's history. Recognizing the untenable position of the Order in a transformed Europe, Albert made the unprecedented decision to embrace Protestantism. In 1525, he formally converted from Catholicism, aligning himself with Lutheran principles and rejecting the religious justification that had long sustained the Order's authority. This personal conversion had profound political implications. By secularizing the Teutonic state, Albert acknowledged the realities of Polish suzerainty while preserving a measure of autonomy under a new political framework. The secularization of the Teutonic Order's territories marked the creation of the Duchy of Prussia. No longer a military religious state bound by vows and crusading obligations, the duchy was a hereditary principality under Albert, who accepted Polish overlordship. This transition reflected both the culmination of long-term decline and a pragmatic adaptation to new political and religious realities. Castles once garrisoned by disciplined knights now served as administrative centers for a secular state, and the military role of the Order was replaced by a standing territorial force aligned with the duchy's new governance. The formation of Ducal Prussia symbolized the definitive end of the Teutonic Order as an independent sovereign power. The centuries-long ambition to dominate the Baltic and enforce religious orthodoxy was replaced by a framework of political pragmatism, territorial administration, and alignment with broader European dynamics. The Order itself continued to exist in a diminished ceremonial form, but its role as a decisive actor in regional politics had vanished. Its legacy persisted in architecture, cultural memory, and historical narrative, but the age of the Teutonic military religious state was conclusively over. The secularization process also reflected broader trends in European governance. The shift from theocratic military states to territorial principalities illustrated the decline of institutions that relied primarily on religious authority and martial power. Nobility, towns, and emerging states increasingly demanded governance based on law, administration, and pragmatic alliances rather than crusading zeal. Ducal Prussia became a model of adaptation, integrating previously contested territories into a coherent, politically stable entity that acknowledged the realities of neighboring powers while retaining internal cohesion. The human dimension of this transformation was significant. Knights, administrators, and citizens had to adjust to new forms of authority and societal organization. Religious practices shifted, military obligations were redefined, and loyalties were realigned. Populations that had experienced centuries of conflict, raids, and shifting rule now confronted a more predictable political environment. The consolidation of power under Ducal Prussia allowed for economic recovery, development of trade, and integration into broader European networks, marking a departure from the instability and violence that had characterized the Teutonic period. While the order ceased to function as an independent military power, its historical impact remained profound. It had shaped the political, military, and religious contours of the Baltic region for over a century. The conflicts with Lithuania, the battles with Poland, and the centuries-long struggle to assert authority created legacies of fortifications, urban development, and cultural influence. Chroniclers, both contemporary and later, reflected on the Order's role as both a formidable force and a cautionary tale of overextension, ideological rigidity, and the limits of power sustained solely through coercion and religious justification. The conversion of Grand Master Albert and the secularization of the Order marked the final resolution of a narrative that had begun in the late 13th century with raids into pagan lands and the assertion of crusading authority. The vision of a Baltic empire under the Teutonic Order had yielded to the realities of political consolidation, religious transformation, and social evolution. Lithuania, having survived as the last pagan stronghold and later consolidated into a Christian state aligned with Poland, witnessed the ultimate failure of its historical adversary. Poland, Lithuania's rise and the Order's decline underscored the interplay of diplomacy, military strategy, and adaptability in shaping the course of history. The 16th century secularization of Prussia thus serves as both an endpoint and a testament to the complex interplay of politics, religion, and society over the preceding century. The Teutonic Order's story illustrates the endurance of human ambition, the resilience of societies under pressure, and the inevitability of adaptation in the face of irreversible change. From the first raids against Baltic pagans to the creation of Ducal Prussia, the narrative encompasses cycles of conquest, resistance, alliance, and transformation that shaped Northern Europe for generations. By the conclusion of this period, the Teutonic Order existed in name only. Its political and military authority dissolved. The transformation into Ducal Prussia ensured that the Baltic region was no longer dominated by an external militarized religious order, but governed by a principality integrated into European political, economic, and religious networks. The Order's legacy persisted as a historical memory, a reminder of the centuries of conflict that had forged the modern contours of the region and influenced the political development of neighboring states. The war that spanned 129 years between the Teutonic Order and Lithuania left a profound mark on the Baltic region and beyond, shaping political, cultural, and religious landscapes for generations. It was a conflict not confined to battlefields and sieges, but one that resonated deeply in the structures of power, society, and collective memory. The enduring consequences of this prolonged struggle are evident in the rise of states, the transformation of religious ideologies, and the ways in which chroniclers and historians would interpret the events for centuries to come. At the heart of the conflict was Lithuania, the last pagan kingdom in Europe, which stood against a militarized and ideologically driven opponent. The Teutonic Order represented the pinnacle of crusading ambition, a state forged from military prowess, religious zeal, and political acumen. For over a century, the Order attempted to impose Christian authority over Lithuania, framing the campaign as both a spiritual mission and a territorial conquest. Lithuania's resistance was rooted in tribal cohesion, cultural identity, and strategic diplomacy. The capacity of Lithuanian rulers to maintain sovereignty under continuous military pressure ultimately shaped the trajectory of the region. The human cost of the conflict was staggering. Generations of soldiers, peasants, craftsmen, and clergy experienced cycles of raid and counter-raid, siege and defense. Villages were burned, trade disrupted, and lives lost in campaigns that often extended across borders and decades. Yet these hardships fostered resilience and unity. Lithuanian society adapted to prolonged threats, developing strategies of forest warfare, strategic retreats, and alliances with neighboring powers. The ability to endure and respond to adversity became a defining feature of the emerging state, laying foundations for the political consolidation that would later characterize the Grand Duchy. Culturally, the war left deep imprints. Fortresses, castles, and towns constructed by the Teutonic Order became permanent features of the landscape. Many later integrated into the domains of Poland, Lithuania, or secular Prussia. Religious institutions, both Catholic and Orthodox, were shaped by the shifting tides of conflict, serving as centers of learning, administration, and spiritual life. Chronicles, letters, and legal documents from the period offer a window into the worldview of contemporaries, revealing perceptions of heroism, piety, betrayal, and honor. The war became a narrative thread through which societies understood themselves and their place in a Europe defined by faith, power, and survival. The political consequences of the conflict were equally transformative. Lithuania emerged from the centuries-long struggle not only intact, but increasingly centralized and cohesive. The union with Poland solidified its position in European politics, creating a powerful bloc capable of projecting influence across Northern and Eastern Europe. Poland, through strategic alliances and military coordination, expanded its territorial reach and solidified political authority in the region. Together, the Polish-Lithuanian Union became a formidable force, able to resist external threats and maintain internal stability. The decline of the Teutonic Order created a power vacuum that these states were able to fill, fundamentally altering the balance of power in the Baltic. Religious consequences were profound. The crusading ideology that had justified the Order's campaigns lost credibility as Lithuania converted to Christianity and integrated into European Christendom. The conversion was not merely symbolic, it represented a shift in legitimacy and moral authority, rendering the Order's primary rationale for aggression obsolete. The gradual spread of Protestantism in the 16th century further diminished the relevance of militarized religious orders, highlighting the evolution of spiritual authority from coercion to doctrinal debate. The conflict thus serves as a case study in the limits of religious justification in sustaining political and military power over long periods. The war's influence extended into the collective memory and historiography of Europe. Chroniclers recorded the deeds of Lithuanian rulers, the valor of knights, and the epic scale of battles, with a mix of admiration, moral reflection, and caution. German, Polish, and Lithuanian historians approached the conflict differently, emphasizing heroism, justice, and the lessons of overreach or resilience. These narratives informed subsequent interpretations of state formation, military strategy, and cultural identity. The memory of Grunwald, for example, remained a potent symbol in Polish and Lithuanian consciousness, emblematic of unity, strategy, and triumph against a powerful adversary. The 129-year war also contributed to the decline of the notion of crusading as a dominant European enterprise. The failures of the Teutonic Order, despite centuries of effort, demonstrated the limits of military religious institutions in reshaping societies that were resilient, strategically adept, and culturally cohesive. European powers began to recalibrate their engagement in such campaigns, emphasizing diplomacy, territorial administration, and economic incentives rather than purely religious justification. The Baltic frontier became a model for understanding the complex interplay of ideology, military power, and cultural resistance. The legacy of leadership and statecraft is evident in the figures of Lithuanian and Polish rulers who navigated centuries of conflict. Leaders such as Gediminas, Jogaila, and Vytautas exemplified diplomacy, strategic foresight, and adaptability. Their ability to negotiate, consolidate power, and respond to both internal and external pressures ensured the survival and expansion of their states. In contrast, the Teutonic Order, constrained by rigid ideology and internal factionalism, struggled to adapt. The contrast between adaptive leadership and institutional rigidity underscores a central lesson of the conflict. The endurance of states depends as much on flexibility and cohesion as on military might or religious legitimacy. Economically, the war reshaped trade networks, urban development, and territorial administration. Prussian cities that had rebelled during the 13 Years' War gained greater autonomy, integrating more fully into regional economic systems. Lithuanian and Polish control over former Order territories allowed for the stabilization of borders, regulation of trade, and creation of administrative frameworks capable of sustaining long-term governance. The integration of former conflict zones into functioning political and economic structures illustrates the transformative impact of prolonged warfare on state formation and regional stability. Socially, the war fostered resilience, adaptation, and identity formation. Communities that endured repeated raids and military occupation developed mechanisms for survival, including fortifications, alliances, and adaptive governance. The shared experience of conflict contributed to a sense of collective identity, particularly within Lithuania, which maintained cultural cohesion despite centuries of pressure. Polish-Lithuanian cooperation during the Great War and subsequent campaigns reinforced the notion of unity as a strategic asset, a principle that would influence political thinking and alliances for generations. The long-term memory of the 129-year conflict shaped national narratives, historiography, and cultural identity. In Lithuania and Poland, the war was commemorated in literature, folklore, and official histories as a defining struggle for sovereignty, faith, and statehood. In German historical consciousness, the narrative included both admiration for the Order's organizational skill and reflection on the consequences of overreach and declining legitimacy. The war became a lens through which later generations interpreted questions of authority, resilience, and the intersection of faith and politics. Ultimately, the 129-year struggle between the Teutonic Order and Lithuania illustrates the complexity of medieval warfare and statecraft. It demonstrates how ideology, religion, military power, and diplomacy interact over long periods, producing consequences that shape societies well beyond the immediate outcomes of battles or treaties. The rise of Lithuania and Poland, the decline of crusading authority, and the secularization of Prussia are part of a continuum that reflects both human ambition and the limits imposed by geography, culture, and historical circumstance. The conflict's enduring significance lies not only in its military events, but in the way it molded the Baltic region politically, culturally, and socially. The wars forged states capable of long-term cohesion, challenged ideological orthodoxies, and transformed the perception of power in Northern Europe. Chroniclers and historians, from contemporary scribes to modern scholars, continue to interpret the struggle as a testament to resilience, adaptability, and the interplay of human agency with larger historical forces. As Europe moved into the Renaissance and Reformation, the lessons of the 129-year war resonated. The conflict demonstrated that enduring institutions must balance ideology with pragmatism, military might with diplomacy, and authority with adaptability. The legacy of the Teutonic Order's rise and fall, and Lithuania's emergence from centuries of resistance, remained embedded in the historical consciousness of the region, influencing political decisions, cultural identity, and national narratives for centuries to come. The war that stretched across 129 years between the Teutonic Order and Lithuania was not merely a series of battles and sieges. It was an epical struggle that shaped identities, politics, and societies across the Baltic and beyond. From its inception in the late 13th century to the secularization of Prussia in the 16th, the conflict was both a physical contest and an ideological confrontation. Generations of people were born into, lived through, and died within the shadow of this protracted war. Villages endured cycles of destruction and rebuilding, families carried the scars of loss, and rulers navigated the treacherous currents of military threat and political opportunity. In its endurance, the war created a narrative of resilience, adaptation, and ultimately transformation that resonates across time. The Teutonic Order embodied a vision of rigid, militarized theocracy. Its knights, bound by vows of loyalty, faith, and martial discipline, acted as both soldiers and instruments of religious authority. They were trained to impose order through conquest, to enforce spiritual orthodoxy, and to extend the reach of Christendom into pagan lands. Castles were razed, fortresses manned, and campaigns conducted with methodical precision, each action justified in the name of God and the ideals of the crusading movement. The Order's identity was inseparable from its ideology, and its authority relied upon the dual pillars of religious legitimacy and military supremacy. Yet this very rigidity would prove its limitation. The Teutonic model, effective in Prussia and against disunited pagan tribes, faltered when faced with a unified, adaptive, and strategically sophisticated Lithuania. Lithuania, in contrast, represented adaptability and resilience. Its leaders understood that survival depended not solely on battlefield valor, but on diplomacy, alliance building, and the preservation of cultural identity. The Grand Duchy employed a combination of military ingenuity, strategic retreats, and opportunistic strikes to withstand the onslaught of the Order for generations. Rulers such as Mindaugas, Gediminas, Algirdas, Jogaila, and Vytautas navigated both internal and external pressures, balancing competing factions within their realm while responding to the relentless external threat. Their ability to negotiate, consolidate power, and maintain sovereignty amidst centuries of pressure exemplifies a model of adaptive leadership that contrasts sharply with the Order's ideological rigidity. The human cost of the conflict is difficult to overstate. Peasants endured raids that destroyed crops and homes. Families lost sons, fathers, and brothers in battles whose outcomes were often uncertain. Soldiers, both native and recruited from across Europe, faced exhaustion, disease, and the unrelenting demands of frontier warfare. Generations grew up in a landscape defined by conflict, learning both the strategies of survival and the weight of enduring loss. This generational trauma left indelible marks on the psyche of the region, influencing cultural narratives, memory, and identity. The lived experience of the war was not abstract. It was measured in the scars upon bodies and land, in the resilience of communities forced to rebuild again and again, and in the cautious pragmatism of rulers who understood the stakes of every engagement. Yet the war was not only about suffering. It was a crucible in which the foundations of early modern statecraft were forged. Lithuania's emergence from the conflict as a centralized and cohesive state, coupled with its union with Poland, illustrates the transition from medieval crusading culture to organized territorial governance. The repeated campaigns, raids, and sieges required rulers to develop bureaucratic systems, coordinate diplomacy, and integrate diverse populations. Military strategy was inseparable from political acumen. The prolonged nature of the conflict allowed for experimentation, adaptation, and the evolution of governance structures capable of enduring beyond the immediate exigencies of war. In this sense, the 129-year struggle acted as a bridge between two historical eras, linking the fervor of medieval religious campaigns with the pragmatism of early modern state formation. The narrative of the war also reveals the interplay of ideology and reality. The Teutonic Order's actions were justified through religious mandate, framed as a holy crusade against paganism. Yet ideology alone could not sustain power indefinitely. Military defeats, financial strain, internal dissent, and the evolving political landscape undermined the Order's authority. Lithuania's survival demonstrated that adaptability, unity, and strategic thinking could counter even the most ideologically fervent and militarily disciplined opponent. Over time, the limitations of rigid ideological governance became evident, highlighting a broader lesson about the relationship between belief, power, and endurance. The conclusion of the Teutonic Order's sovereignty, culminating in the secularization of Prussia under Grand Master Albert, marks a final chapter in this historical narrative. The transformation of the Order's territories into a hereditary duchy under Polish suzerainty illustrates the inevitable shift from militarized religious governance to secular statehood. The Order's decline was not abrupt, but the product of centuries of pressure, miscalculation, and adaptation by its opponents. Its legacy, however, remains embedded in the political, cultural, and architectural fabric of the region. Castles, fortified towns, and chronicles stand as enduring reminders of a state that once sought to dominate through faith and force, but ultimately succumbed to the complex interplay of strategy, diplomacy, and societal resilience. Lithuania and Poland emerged from this prolonged conflict as stronger, more cohesive, and politically sophisticated states. The experience of warfare shaped governance, diplomacy, and military organization, enabling both powers to project influence beyond their immediate borders. The Polish-Lithuanian Union became a model for regional cooperation, balancing internal diversity with strategic unity. The war forged identities that combined martial valor, cultural pride, and pragmatic governance. Communities that had endured centuries of raids and battles developed a collective memory rooted in endurance, resilience, and the defense of sovereignty. The ideological transformation resulting from the conflict is equally significant. The waning relevance of crusading rhetoric, the secularization of territories, and the eventual absorption of the Teutonic Order into European political structures illustrate the decline of religiously justified conquest as a dominant mode of power. In its place emerged pragmatic statecraft, legal structures, and diplomatic networks capable of sustaining authority over diverse territories. The conflict demonstrates how societies adapt to changing circumstances, how belief systems evolve in response to political realities, and how long-term endurance is achieved not solely through martial skill, but through flexibility, unity, and vision. The enduring emotional resonance of the 129-year war lies in the human stories embedded within it. Soldiers, peasants, and rulers alike experienced uncertainty, fear, and loss, but also courage, strategy, and perseverance. Villages rebuilt themselves after raids, families continued their lives amidst upheaval, and leaders balanced competing priorities under immense pressure. The conflict serves as a reminder that history is shaped not only by grand strategy and battles, but by the lived experiences of individuals navigating extraordinary circumstances. The capacity of societies to endure, adapt, and ultimately triumph under sustained adversity is a central theme of this long struggle. Generational continuity and transformation are evident throughout the narrative. The war spanned centuries, crossing lifetimes and altering the trajectory of families, communities, and states. Each generation inherited the legacy of prior conflicts, learning from victories, mistakes, and losses. Strategic knowledge, cultural identity, and political alliances were transmitted, ensuring that the lessons of endurance informed the decisions of subsequent leaders. In this way, the conflict was not a static series of events, but a dynamic process shaping the evolution of societies, governance, and regional order over more than a century. The contrast between the Teutonic Order and Lithuania exemplifies the interplay between rigidity and adaptability in human affairs. The Order's strength lay in discipline, ideology, and military skill, yet these same qualities limited its capacity to respond to change. Lithuania's success, by contrast, stemmed from flexibility, strategic vision, and the ability to unite diverse elements of society in defense of a common identity. The outcome illustrates a universal principle of history. The most enduring powers are often those capable of reconciling principle with pragmatism, belief with adaptation, and tradition with innovation. In reflecting on the meaning of this centuries-long conflict, it becomes clear that the war was both destructive and generative. It exacted enormous human and material cost, yet it also forged states, identities, and institutions that would endure. It transformed the Baltic landscape, reshaped political hierarchies, and recalibrated the role of religion in governance. The 129-year struggle serves as a testament to the resilience of human societies, the consequences of ideological rigidity, and the capacity of leadership and collective action to navigate prolonged adversity. Ultimately, the story of the Teutonic Order and Lithuania is one of endurance, adaptation, and identity. It is a story of communities and rulers who withstood relentless pressure, preserved their culture, and emerged transformed yet intact. It is a story of an institution that reached the height of ideological and military ambition only to confront the limitations of its model. It is a story that bridges medieval crusading ideals and the emerging realities of early modern statecraft, reminding us that history is shaped by both the forces of power and the responses of those who endure it. As we look back on 129 years of conflict, we see not only battles and treaties, but the human cost of ideology, the resilience of societies under threat, and the evolution of political, religious, and cultural structures. The war serves as a mirror for understanding endurance, adaptation, and the interplay between belief and pragmatism. It is a reflection on the limits of power imposed by ideology, the necessity of unity and strategic vision, and the enduring importance of identity and cultural cohesion in shaping the destiny of nations. The legacy of this war is not measured solely in victories or defeats, but in the transformation it wrought across generations. Lithuania and Poland emerged stronger and more unified. The Teutonic Order was constrained and ultimately secularized, and the Baltic region entered a new era defined by pragmatic governance, shifting alliances, and enduring cultural memory. The lessons of endurance, adaptation, and strategic insight remain relevant, offering a profound reflection on the cost of ideology and the power of human resilience. The 129-year conflict between the Teutonic Order and Lithuania is a testament to the human capacity to endure, to adapt, and to transform in the face of extraordinary challenges. It reminds us that history is not only about the actions of rulers and armies, but about the lived experiences of communities, the persistence of culture, and the negotiation of identity across generations. In every siege endured, every village rebuilt, and every alliance forged, the story of this war carries a powerful message that survival, identity, and resilience are achieved not solely through force or ideology, but through adaptability, foresight, and the enduring will to prevail. This was a war that shaped nations, defined identities, and transformed the Baltic region forever. It reminds us that the cost of ideology is immense, yet the human spirit endures, adapts, and ultimately shapes the course of history in ways that no single victory or defeat could fully capture. The legacy of 129 years of struggle endures not only in castles, chronicles and treaties, but in the very identity and resilience of the peoples who lived through it, leaving a story that resonates across time.